After Dr. Kwalua's speech. Is the president online now? If the president is not yet online, we will continue because we don't have time. The chairman of COBON will declare it open on behalf of the president of NIOB and go into his opening speech. But I'm surprised that the media crew are not here yet. I'll hand over the mic to him.
Thank you very much. The chairman of Nigerian Institution of Builders and Facilities Management, members of the Executive Council here present and online, distinguished resource persons for this workshop, esteemed participants at this workshop, facility managers, the press who I believe are on their way here, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I want to start by saying it gives me great pleasure to address this workshop on an area that is very dear to my heart and is critical to the profession of building and at the core of any nation's infrastructural landscape. I must also start by expressing my gratitude to the executive of Nigerian Institution of Builders and Facility Management, not only for inviting me for this workshop, but for the marvelous work and efforts I can see they put into the deepening of knowledge, thought, proficiency and practice of facility management, which is my major area of specialization and practice. It is important for all of us to know that as professionals, we have a role and a duty in the national development of our country. One of the greatest challenges of our nation today is the fact that we have left national development to politicians. Whereas politicians are effective and they can be good merchants of power, we have discovered that most times they attain this power before they start to look for what to do with the power. And that has created a situation where our infrastructure and national development has gone down the drain. And if we must re-establish ourselves as a nation, if we must uplift the citizenry of this country, the quality of life, and their economic development, professionals must take up the mantle of providing solutions to the myriad number of problems that we have in our society. Infrastructure means the basic facilities required for the socio-economic transformation and sustenance of any nation. And this is a combination of both soft and hard facilities that enable the advancement in every direction of human existence. Infrastructure, therefore, is the skeleton or backbone upon which national development runs. Infrastructure is key as it is to national development. Infrastructure, key as it is to national development, cannot meet its objectives unless there is a process of continuous functionality. The practice of ensuring sustainability through the continuous functionality is a specialty called maintenance and repair. people, many of our colleagues in the public service, think that their responsibility and the knowledge they acquire in the public service is only useful in the public service. But the fact that professionals are engaged as officers in the civil service and in the public service means that there is an expertise that they require and that they provide to government. Now, that expertise, if it is not provided, creates a gap. And so, we find a situation where government is at a loss as to how to handle issues of professional significance. And then you also have a situation where many of our colleagues who are outside the public service do not understand how government works. Now, our professionals in the public service need to know that they have a specialty in the area of production of policy for government, both in and out of service. Government requires policies that they will pursue, that they will enact for the nation in the area of the various specialties that we represent. Those who are retired can even be consultants in this area. So we call on public service experts to create this group that they will help in putting the agenda of building technology in the front burner of government in Nigeria. And so many other areas as I have mentioned. We have also construction technology. That's a specialty that builders should move into and take responsibility. Green building and decarbonization is another area of specialty that builders are required to take the lead in the development of this area of our economy. We have smart buildings. I'll be talking shortly on AI. Smart buildings are emerging and they are becoming a norm in the advanced countries, and they will soon be in our own country. And already they are being introduced in urban centers in the country. So we need to have expertise in this area and take the lead. We have systems building, etc. And as experts, we are to promote innovation and expert knowledge in the practice of the building profession. That is what the 7th Council stands for. Consequently, we have some initiatives that it may interest you to know in support of national development. Number one, Council has commenced the process of updating and incorporating the latest developments in the industry into our professional practice instruments for the mandatory implementation on every site in Nigeria. So we are updating what hitherto we're calling builders documents, which we are now calling builders instruments of practice. We are making it current, we are making it digital, and we are bringing it up to date. And we will be enforcing it legally on all sites nationwide. It is therefore important that every builder should be fully equipped to provide this service to our nation. Secondly, Council will, in a very short while, issue professional regulations on the practice in different areas of the building profession to ensure that practice on site is streamlined and in accordance with the National Building Code and international best practice. So we will be giving out specific instructions on different areas of practice in our country. Thirdly, as you may have been aware, Council is initiating a major competition for the development of the Nigerian house, wholly built with in-country materials, and as a step towards winning the building industry from the umbilical cord of importation of building materials. We are going to start by having a wholly built Nigerian house a Nigerian house that has no import component, it doesn't matter what we arrive at. It is a competition that we are starting. And as whatever we arrive at, efforts will be geared continually to drive down the cost. But it is important that Nigeria is able to produce a Nigerian house. And the council is initiating that. Fourthly, council furthermore has offered to create a platform for linking innovative building research outcomes with industry to promote national innovations and contribute positively to international discourse on building technology. There's been a lot of research works, not only in our universities and polytechnics, but even on your construction sites. Some of you have tried so many things that worked, and yet you have not brought that knowledge to the fore so that it can be multiplied, expanded, and professionalized. Council is now providing that platform for you so that the researches that come out that are efficient, that are replicable, will be linked up to industry so that industry can multiply it or apply it in such a way that the Nigerian nation will be beneficial, will benefit from it. The fifth is that we have offered our partnership for developing the building industry in Nigeria. Council is fully aware that the built environment industry, of which we are a component part as builders, is multidisciplinary. We have therefore, in partnership with federal and state governments, in ensuring sanity on the building construction sites throughout the country by the establishment of project monitoring, project evaluation and monitoring unit, PEM. We urge both national and subnational governments to take advantage of this offer in managing their building sites. Every state now has a PEM, project evaluation and monitoring unit. Effective until the state governments give fillip to it, until the state governments are ready to take the handshake that we are offering to them to maintain sanity on site. And so we call upon all governments, both national and subnational, to take this offer that Common has offered, has brought to them. Now let me conclude my address by talking on maintenance and repair, what has brought us here. This area is not only wide, but it requires specific and special knowledge. It is also the root assignment given to human beings according to the Holy 2 verse 15. You will realize in this verse that the Bible says, and God put a man that he has created in the garden to dress and to keep it. Now, dressing and keeping the creation that God has made in the garden is maintenance. And there is no maintenance without maintenance and repair. You will all agree with me that what God has created is not what we are seeing today. There's been a lot of bastardization of the creation of God. And God is looking for men and women who will still bring back what he created. And the only way of bringing it back is through maintenance and repair. And that is why he has given us the manual. And that is why for us as facility managers, we can never have a facility management policy without a maintenance manual, without the user's manual, without the operating manual. And so even for human beings, God has given us his book, his manual for life, so that we can maintain and repair, as he calls it, to dress and to keep his creation. So maintenance and repair is at the core of the assignment that God has given to man. No competent facility manager can claim to know all about maintenance and repair, even in an equipment that he handles routinely. The secret of success, therefore, is continuous capacity building, which this workshop provides, and many others of similar nature. I wish to congratulate the Nigerian Institute of Builders in Facility Management once more for this wonderful opportunity to build capacity. I must, however, warn that emphasis must not be on the certification, but on acquiring skills that can immediately be deployed on our return to the various workplaces we represent. Your organizations have paid for you to come here. You must not go back the same way. And the only way you can justify the expenditure is that you are going back with new skills that you can deploy at your place of work. Then they will be encouraged to continue to sponsor you for capacity building. It is therefore my honor and privilege to declare this workshop open to the glory of God. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. He came all the way from Abuja to present that speech for us. So we should appreciate him again. Thank you for appreciating him. Sometimes when the position you occupy in Nigeria as the chairman of COBO, put him as #1 builder. You understand what I'm saying? #1 builder. And for you to bring somebody of his caliber from Abuja, has so many responsibilities. We even want to retain him till the end of the workshop. He told us to change his flight because he has so many engagements that he cannot sit down here. But he will honor us with his presence. And we thank God that he fulfilled his promise. Thank you, sir. I can also tell you some good news. He may not have mentioned it. The good news is that Nigerian Institution of Builders in Facility Management is a subsection of COBON, Council of Registered Builders of Nigeria. Very soon, the seal we are giving you will come to an name, and you will get your seal directly from COBON. Not so, sir. So we are working seriously with them to ensure that you get all those things done. And COBON is also working hard. COBON is also working hard to get you a regulation. That is, a regulation will be printed, published as a gazette of the federal government of Nigeria for living free. Even without that, we are legally recognized. There was a lady who attended FMO2 here. Madam, you know her, Mrs. Aneni Fumilayo from Yaba College of Tech. On the strength of the certificate of living free, she was promoted immediately after the workshop because she's been looking for that promotion for a very long time. She's a quantity surveyor, and probably she has a problem with quantity surveying as an institution. But when she joined living free, she presented certificate of living free and she was promoted. So we are recognized. Not that even when we go further to legitimize living free or NEFM, it is to protect you all. Our president is online now, I was being told. Is that right? I can't see well though.
Yes.
He's online, Abi. Okay, this is the president is online. That is why we are the full president of the Nigerian Institute of Builders. He will give us like a 10-minute speech to sensitize us, to let us know that the institute is with us. So, Mr. President, sir, Aldatim Ewa Aldatim, the president of Nigerian Institute of Building, You are on here, sir. You can go ahead. Thank you. Call him and tell him it's online. Right. Obviously, we are telling now. Let me to unmute. We are not hearing you. Immediately after the president's speech, we will watch a video, the introduction to facility management. That video is with you. From David Trust.
Are you with the president? Let him know that we are not hearing you. We are not. Okay, other participants are hearing you.
Okay, you see that we're not hearing you. Now the issue is others are hearing this part.
Should be the link.
Introduction. Security Research will take a look at areas design and other support services. Management professionals are responsible for ensuring that the facility meets the needs of its occupants, while with regulations and safety standards. Its responsibilities may include managing budgets, coordinating services, optimizing space utilization, and and implementing sustainable practices. 2. Organ maintenance repairs. Maintenance repairs refer to the ongoing upkeep and fixing of equipment, systems, and structures within facility to prevent breakdowns and ensure smooth operations. This is also very important in maintenance repairs. These repairs can range from routine tasks like replacing light bulbs, fixing plumbing leaks, to more complex repairs such as repairing HVAC systems or electrical wiring. 3. Maintenance repairs are typically categorized into preventive maintenance, which aims to prevent issues before they occur, and corrective maintenance, which addresses problems that have already arisen. Key aspects of facility management and maintenance repairs: preventive maintenance, repair and restoration, energy management, safety and compliance, space planning and management, asset management, disaster recovery and business continuity, sustainability, customer service, budget management, other budget management, while developing and managing financial plans to allocate resources efficiently and effectively for maintenance and improvement of the facility. While under sustainability, there we think about implementing environmental friendly practices and technologies to reduce the facility's carbon footprint and promote resource conservation. By effectively managing and maintaining facilities, organizations can create a more productive, healthy, and safety environment for their occupants, ultimately contributing to their overall success and growth. Builders play a significant role in facility management, especially during the initial phases of construction and innovation projects. Here are some key roles in which builders contribute. Builders work closely with architects, engineers, and other stakeholders during design and planning change of a construction project. They provide input on construction methods, materials, and techniques that can enhance the long-term maintenance and economic efficiency. 2. Quality construction. Builders are responsible for the construction work according to specification, codes, and industry standards. By ensuring high-quality construction practices, builders help to minimize future maintenance issues and reduce the need for costly repairs. 3. Installation of building systems. Builders oversee the installation of various building systems, including HVAC, heating, ventilation, and air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and fire protection system. Proper implementation of this system is critical for the long-term functionality and safety. 4. Builders comply documentation related to the construction process, including as built drawings, warranties, operating manuals, and maintenance schedules. These development managers to understand the layout of the building as well as the maintenance requirement of its systems and components. 5. Post-construction support. Even after the construction is complete, builders will provide post-construction support to address any issues that arise during the initial occupancy phase. This may include addressing punch list items, conducting warranty repairs, and assisting facility managers in transitioning smoothly into their role. Builders understand the intricacies of the building they have constructed and can offer valuable insights of facility management. Overall, builders play a vital role in setting the foundation for effective facility management by ensuring that buildings are constructed to high standards of quality and functionality. Their expertise and attention to detail contribute to the long-term success and sustainability of the facilities they build. This goes over topics such as facility management principle and best practices, building systems and components, including HVAC, electrical plumbing, preventive maintenance and asset management, safety and risk management, sustainability and energy efficiency, budgeting and financial management, project management and team leadership, communication and customer service, repair techniques and tools, and regulatory compliance and standard. Upon completion of the course, builders will have gained in-depth knowledge, which can help them to demonstrate their expertise and capability in the field. This certification can enhance job opportunities and career growth in various settings, such as commercial buildings, educational institutions, healthcare facilities, and government organizations. Effective facilities management and maintenance repairs are essential for business, institutions, and organizations to run smoothly and safely. They help to prolong the lifespan of assets, reduce downtime, and create conducive environment for proper function. Additionally, their contribution will contribute to cost savings by avoiding maintenance breakdown and optimizing resource utilization. On the whole, I will tell you that facility managers are very important in the lifespan of any building. Constructing a building is one way and maintaining it, making sure that the government or individual don't spend too much while in the lifespan. At this point, I will say thank you and keep the flag flying. I wish you all a very frequent discussion and study and understanding of more of maintenance and the best. Good luck, everybody. Thank you. Thank you, brother.
Mr. President, we thank you for the speech. You told me it's going to be a short speech, but it turned out to be a long speech. I know your heart is here with us. You wanted to come down from Abuja to the chairman of Kobo. For your meeting with the minister will not allow you. So we know that if you are not here now, when we will do the FMO2 in October, you will be physically present. Thank you very much, sir. You are welcome. We promise you the communique from this workshop will be sent to both Cobon and NIOB so that we will see the development and the growth of facility management as it is in Nigeria today. Thank you again, Mr. President. Now, while the chairman of Cobon will be interviewed by the Daily Trust journalist, they may step outside. We will take a few minutes to watch the video on introduction to facility management. Once again, I have not introduced myself to you. I'm Builder Dr. Olufemi Akintola, the National Chairman of Nigerian Institution of Builders in Facility Management and the President of Nigerian Academy of Facility Management. I welcome you again. So please put on the video.
Health and safety at work. Introduction. In this module, we'll take a look at the effects of providing a health-conscious workplace for employees and the positive effects that can have for individuals and the organization. It's absolutely crucial to maintain health and safety in the workplace for legal reasons and to protect the well-being of the workforce. In this module, we'll be taking a look at how this can be achieved by learning about health and wellness programs, health behavior programs, health screening and maintenance programs, mental health programs, evaluate the need, planning process, implementation plan, creating cultural norms, evaluate results. Health and wellness programs. Given that we spend so much of our time at work, it's hardly surprising that our mental and physical health can suffer. There are, however, plenty of ways to prevent this. Companies can support and adopt programs that promote healthy behavior and wellness. Some of these to look at in more depth are health behaviors, health screenings and maintenance, mental health, physical injury, health behavior programs. These programs primarily focus on employees' physical health and can be deployed to help with substance abuse problems being suffered in the workplace. This can involve doing more physical activity. This can help people lose weight, feel happier and more energetic, sleep better, and even reduce their risk of certain cancers. Some options for a company to support this could be sponsoring employee sports teams, allowing employees out for a walk and break, encouraging staff-wide community walks. Nutrition and weight loss. Poor nutrition can cause mental health troubles that, as well as severely distressing the employees, can lead to decreased productivity. Measures employees can take to encourage better nutrition and weight loss could be providing a vending machine dispensing healthy products, providing free fruit to employees, providing water coolers to encourage hydration, stopping smoking. Helping employees stop smoking can encourage healthy behavior and the avoidance of all kinds of terrible diseases, including cancer, diabetes and rheumatoid arthritis. A company could offer free nicotine patches or reduce the cost of health insurance for non-smokers as an incentive. Treatment for drug and alcohol addiction. While it is extremely difficult in an office environment to effectively treat or help treat people with substance abuse problems, Remember, it is beneficial to your company to support your employees in order to avoid increased healthcare costs, increased employee turnover, reduced morale. Health screenings and maintenance programs. These are invaluable in boosting company-wide awareness and long-term prevention. Helpful company practice can include preventative care screenings, keeping employees healthy and aware of their bodies should begin with. General health assessments, dental health assessments, diabetes testing, EMI testing, cancer screening. Early detection of cancer is key to survival, and screening is a key part of this. While not all the types of cancer can be detected via screenings, it is important to promote them in the workplace, as well as encouraging employees to visit their physicians. Companies should help employees screen for breast cancer, skin cancer, prostate cancer. Annual examinations. Annual physicals are vital for employee health, general morale, and reduced workforce turnover. Some types are eye tests, general physicals, road child checks, pelvic exams, maintenance programs. Once identified, health issues should be treated and maintained. Companies can encourage this and often focus on cancer, obesity, depression, immunizations. Productivity in the workplace is negatively affected by stress, depression, bullying, and employees in need of a support system. Providing mental health programs can help with these and go a long way to helping the company in the long run. This should be focused on stress management, promoting positive employee interaction through book or sports clubs, and meditation breaks can help. Support groups. An internal support group can help employees cope with anxiety, decompress, and educate themselves on treatment options. Counseling. Professional therapy can really help employees work through their mental health problems and return to the workforce stronger and happier. Awareness and education. There is still a stigma around mental health that organizations have an obligation to stand up. This can be done through company-wide education and awareness programs. Evaluate the need. It's vital to establish where the company is in its tackling of health concerns in its workforce before any planning can begin. It can begin to do that by reviewing current and previous programs. Before moving ahead with a plan, it's best practice to analyze where the company is it has been and finding room for improvement. Environmental factors. It's vitally important to evaluate the office space, including the decor and lighting, to make sure it isn't hazardous or stress-inducing. Identify common health conditions and procedures. In order to know which health programs to implement, it's good practice to evaluate the most common diseases and their causes. Health insurance claims should be checked. Review company information pertaining to employee health. Establish if there is a correlation between absenteeism and health concerns, for example flu, using company personnel records. Adjust the program plan according to findings. Planning process. Once enough data relating to the various health and behavioral programs available has been collected and collated, planning can begin to deploy these programs across the organization. To do this, there are 4 major steps. Forming a health and wellness team. This will streamline the planning and implementation and should comprise of representatives from legal, human resources, women's, nursing, marketing, senior management, general employees. Define goals. Establish how the goals are meant for, how they can be measured, what the incentives are, and what the success rate might be. Budgeting. Account for those costs. Material. Incentive. Outsources. Advertising. Employee time. Programs and policies. Identify the mandatory policies and the voluntary programs that will comprise your health initiative. Once you've been able to create a coherent plan that will result in organization-wide policy or programs, it's important to implement effectively. There's no use creating a flawless health and behavior program that will cater to the entire workforce if you are unable to implement the plan correctly. Implementation comes in 4 stages. Getting management support. Managers should lead by example. It will help create a wellness culture and foster trust with a shared goal. Test it out. Stagger the launch of the program. This will allow you to see, incrementally, which elements are working. Get the word out. Spread the news of the new programs across the workforce, perhaps using emails, company newsletter, posters, announcements at meetings, incentives. Wellness incentives will drastically increase the uptake of the program. Some incentives might be free screenings, discounted gym memberships, discounted vaccinations, cash incentives. Creating a culture of wellness. A culture of wellness encourages a healthy lifestyle in the workforce, which demonstrably improves a company's performance. To achieve this, try offering access to healthy food and drink. Allow employees to take regular breaks. Maintain alcohol, drug, and smoke-free workplace. Eliminating all potential workplace dangers and hazards. Evaluate results. Once your program is in place, your incentives set up, and your culture of wellness keeping the new order in balance, it's vitally important to maintain everything through evaluation. Do this by checking your results. Find out how many people in the company are participating, check employee insurance claims, and look at absenteeism data to see if the program is working. Employee satisfaction. Make sure the employees who are involved in the program are enjoying it. Ask them what they like about it, and perhaps how it might be improved. Revise plans as necessary. Use the feedback from the workforce to maximize the elements of the plan are working and are well received. Share achievements. Praise and progress often go hand in hand, and if you want the program to continue to be a success, you will need to share the achievements of a group or other individuals with permission. Summary. In this module, you've learned that establishing health behavior programs is very helpful for company performance and morale. Helping employees stop smoking can truly benefit a company. Companies should help their employees access preventive care screenings including BMI testing and dental appointments. Mental health programs should consist of stress management and, if necessary, counseling. A health program won't be consistently successful without a thorough evaluation of results.
We have watched that video. Now, Builder Dr. Julius Parent will come on to take the first module in your proceeding. But if you look at the caption of our workshop, called the Facility Management, Maintenance and Repair, and the topic the chairman of Cobon delivered was on artificial intelligence and facility management. The idea is how can we use artificial intelligence for maintenance and repair. You have to pay close attention. You watch this video. This video is the contribution of Alison to this training. We are together, we are doing this training together in partnership. They sent some series of videos to us and they are in your proceeding. If you open your proceeding, even the soft copy we send to you, if you click or you scan the QR code here, it will take you to the video venue where you can watch the video related or relating to the topic that is being treated. We may not have time to watch all these videos here now, but we are pressed for time. I have been pleading with you all to watch that video, watch the video, read the proceeding, and answer all the questions at the back of the proceeding. Here is just to listen to the discussion. Now I will call on Dr. Julius Farrell to come online now and present the discussion with you. Thank you very much.
Please, can you put up the one?
Mike is there.
Thank you very much, sir.
Dr. Julius Farrell is a lecturer from the University of Lagos, the Dean of School of Environmental Studies. He was the Educational and Training Officer of the Nigerian Institution of Builders in Facility Management before, as well as Nigerian Academy of Facility Managers. He is well grounded in facility management. His PhD is in the field of facility maintenance and management, and is here to take you through what you are expected to learn. Please go ahead, sir.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let me start by once again saying that we really appreciate the leadership of Cobon in the representation of the chairman of Cobon himself, for him to have traveled all the way from Abuja to grace this training and this opening session. That's a very, very good one, and we are not taking it for granted. Then I also want to appreciate the President of the Nigerian Institute of Builders for his time and for the opening remark. So we want to look at module 1. Okay, it's fine. Space planning and management. So next slide. Okay, you have issues with the PowerPoint, right? Okay. So just like the chairman of the team have said, that we are going to look at some practical approach to the space planning and management that we want to discuss. And what that means is that I want to appeal to us to still take time to look at the compilation thereafter as reference. But we'll be looking at some very, very fundamental approaches to space planning and management. Next slide, please. So when we talk about space planning, what do we mean by space planning? I'm sure as facility managers or as managers in various fields and various endeavors, space planning is not new. We must have been involved in space planning before. But this time around, we want to look at it from a calculated perspective, from a formal perspective. So, space planning is a process, and that process involves the analysis of spaces, among other things. Much more than ever, spaces are becoming an issue within the workspace from different dimensions. Just recently, NEC approved the increment in tariff, right, for those in band A. I know we are just getting out of that heat, right? But it does not only apply to those in band A. Sometimes last year, I got a call to come and do an audit for a building in Lagos here, residential building. That was November last year. As at that time, that building was on 6 million naira energy every month. Monthly energy bill, 6 million naira. So the facility manager was almost going crazy. right? So as facility managers, when buildings are eating the roof cost-wise, you lose your sleep. And sometimes, it's not in all cases that this extreme or high cost is independent of what your space is. In fact, in most cases, there is a very, very positive relationship between your space and the cost of that space. It's also important to note, for example, those of us in Lagos, sometimes last year, Lagos State government also came up with a rule. And that rule is that when you even park outside your fence of your office premises, you are going to be paying for parking your car. I'm sure some of us must have seen that signage and those billboards. And all this speaks to space, because the difference is that if I decide to move my fence just about 2.5 meters outwards, I'm going to be free from that levy. If I recess my fence inwards and the cars are parked outside, I'm going to be caught. It is as simple as space planning within the context of facility management is extensively and extremely strategic. Oftentimes, when I stand to speak to facility managers, I am always quick to remind us that we have 3 levels of activities. We have the operational level, where we have our artisans, our workmen that are actually doing the fixing, the repairs, and the likes. But for those of us in this room, we are either at the tactical level or at the strategic level. And that is actually the levels of value, right? That's actually the level of value which speaks to the fact that we need to continue to ask ourselves, how do we deliver value because of that level at which we are operating? So, it's very, very fundamental, next slide, that we look at our spaces, whether within the workspace environment or around the workspace environment, from a lens that others cannot actually look at it from. Because that's why we are facility managers. So, space planning has the potential to maximize value, especially with respect to the cost of running your asset. And we can see some of the benefits of proper or adequate planning and management of spaces. First and foremost, the example that I cited, you can lower energy consumption if your space is well planned, and obviously that will eat or impact on your bottom line. You can actually reduce your rental and property maintenance costs if your spaces are properly planned. We are going to be seeing some of these things in vivid from the practical examples that we'll be looking at thereafter. Space planning can improve productivity. You know, when I was, before I joined the academics, I was the systems and standard manager of a facility management company, one of the leading facility management companies in Nigeria. And my role as the systems and standard manager was more of quality control. Everything the organization does comes to my table, and I need to approve that it can be done. In fact, it's so serious that we have a totally different, what we call operations department. So operations are where we have on-site facility managers. All of the on-site facility managers are in operations. All their activities must come to my table first. So what that means is that I have to think, even when I'm not there. I have to think for those that are on the field. So if I make mistake, the mistake will rub off on what they do. You know, initially I did not understand because I was the only one in my office and it was relatively big. But my MP feels that I had to be alone because he knows that he needed me to be thinking all the time. The same thing with us as facility managers. Our roles, we suggest the kind of space that's appropriate for us and for our workmen. If we, as facility managers of organizations, we are responsible for the spaces. Admin, in most cases, admin reports to us. You won't want to put somebody that is doing strategic thinking or very, very high level management activity in a space that you will be often distracted. You know, the location of your office can actually impact on how much you do. You don't want to have water dispenser that everybody is coming to access just by your door and somebody opens, good morning sir, takes water, go. Just about when that one is shutting the door, another person comes, good afternoon ma, he takes water. Those are unproductive period because if you do not answer you are in trouble. You know, we also have cultural dimension. That oga said when you greet him you will not answer or when you greet her you not knowing that the moment you say good morning how are you lost 15 minutes because that person leaves and you are trying to get back to where you were before you answer that unuseful or irrelevant meeting. You understand? So it's very, very important. Then when we maximize our space, we have what we call improved utilization. The level at which the space is used is better. For example, look at, we have here, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 air conditioners. Do you know that if just one person is going to use this space, it's most likely that 3 out of these 5 air conditioners need for the person to attain comfort, right? Because below that, the person will still be feeling hot, even though it's just one person. So those are issues of space planning and the associated benefit. Let's quickly go because I know Chairman will soon tell me my time is remaining.
Go ahead.
Now, apart from those benefits, there is this place of sustainability when you plan your space very, very well. And when you don't plan your space, you also make your building or your facility or the workplace unsustainable or begins to contribute negatively to the issue of sustainability. What do we mean? Each of the systems that is energy driven in our building contributes to climate change, right? As we consume energy, we have what we call the carbon footprint. Carbon is emitted. Even these are air conditioners emit carbon. So the more demand you have, the more your footprint or the higher your footprint. And the higher your footprint, the more problem you are causing to everybody. So it's very, very important that we understand as facility managers that to our space, health and safety issues are attached. To our space, issues of inventory and assets are attached. To our space, we have measurement and management has been attached. When we talk about measurement, what space is actually adequate for the task that is to be done within that space? Because if we cannot answer those questions, then we will find it very difficult to actually plan our spaces. Oftentimes, I used to tell people that as facility managers, you need to know a bit of everything. It's very, very important. In fact, it's compulsory. right? But people will now tell me, oh, jack of all trades, master of what? And that's not correct. Right? So, jack of all trades, master of none, but what? But what? Okay, you don't know. It's part of the assignment I'm going to give you. Because that saying has a continuation. And the continuation is that at least experts in all of those trades, you have a bit of competence. You are not claiming that you are a mechanical engineer, but you know at least 65% of the principles that drive all the mechanical system within your space as a facility manager. Right? You are not going to be a certified electrical engineer, but you must know 65% or 70% of the principles of electrical systems that drives your facility. Do you understand it now? So when you now put all of those things together, you are better off and you can now effectively function as is expected as a facility manager. So in considering space planning activities or assignments within the facility management space, it's very, very important that we think of flexibility. The landscape of the workspace is changing by the day. Things are no longer the way they used to be. So as facility managers, we need to also move with the time. Flexibility. Instead of actually having our partition walls to be in blocks, can they be in dry walls, in light partitioning, so that if we need to expand or decrease the space in the future, we can easily do that. If you come to our departmental office, you see a number of partition walls. That is only when we tell you that they are dry walls that you know that they are dry walls, because they are not even conventional aluminum partitioning. So as facility managers, we need to think flexibility. How flexible is our space? I was in Salford in the UK, and they were just showing me around some places, and the man said that when we want to plot a new program, we just remove this wall. These are multi-story buildings, and you are like, which wall? They have rollers, underneath those partitions. So all you need to do is just to activate those rollers, move them aside, and you have an auditorium. And you are like, I was here yesterday, this auditorium was not here. Right? So flexibility should be at the forefront of what we consider when we talk about spaces in the present age. Then we also need to be familiar with the operations of our organization. Presently, some organizations are downsizing because of what? Anticipated increased minimum wage. Right? Management of various organizations are beginning to think, oh, what of if minimum wage goes to 400,000? What happens when minimum wage goes to 200,000? I heard that even some agencies of government are already also thinking in that direction, right? So what happens to that office that used to accommodate 50 persons and now is going to be for maybe 15 persons? It's because that if the organization downsizes from maybe, let's even say from 50 to 20, they don't expect you to bring the same budget that you have brought this year, next year. Most times as facility managers, we feel that people don't like us. And most times we feel that way because we are not proactive as facility managers. I don't need anybody to tell me as facility manager that my organization had a workforce of 200 last year, and this year we are now left with 120. That I cannot go with the same budget. So how that budget is not going to be the same is nobody's business, and you won't see it as a problem until it is presented. Because if you are not proactive and you present it, that's when you'll be in trouble, right? So we need to look at the structure of our organization and the realities therein, so that we can begin to think of how we can reduce the amount of space that is idle. Because oftentimes in the workplace there are a number of or significant amount of idle spaces that are contributing to the running cost of the totality of the facility. That particular building that I cited, as at the end of last year, I said they are on 6 million naira per month. When we did the audit, we realized that there were 2 swimming pools within the facility. And one of the 2 swimming pools, each of them had 2 pumps, 5 horsepower each. Right? That's 10 horsepower, one is on standby, one is running, the circulation pumps. One of those swimming pools that has been running a 5 horsepower pump 24/7, 365 days is only being used twice a year. The man comes in, that is kept for the owner of the facility. He comes in during Easter, stays 1 week, and he comes during Christmas, stays 1 week, and he leaves. So when we got during the audit, you have to go around. When we got there, I said, this is another swimming pool on the 11th floor. I said, so what's this swimming pool for? Oh, it's the chairman's swimming pool. So I said, so where is he? So he only comes twice a year, and the pump is running. He said, yes, if you don't run it, the swimming pool will be dirty. I said, dirty for who? That's the facility manager, he has been there. He does not even see it as a problem. He does not know it's a problem. And the consumption of that pump alone in a month is over 100,000 naira. You might think, oh, 130,000 naira in a month is small from our problem of 6 million. But that 150,000 times 12 is already what? It's already over 1 million naira. So it's very, very important that we begin to ask ourselves, as facility managers, we need to ask questions all the time. How can we improve? You look at your space and people are asking you, what are you looking at? They don't need to understand. They are just wondering, this space, what do I need here? What is the cost of this space? The lighting, the air conditioning, even the cleaning. Because you have idle spaces that cleaners will have to come and clean. So instead of deploying, instead of having maybe 6 cleaners, you're having 10. So we have that across facilities, making our facilities to be unnecessarily expensive. So that is about planning. Now, what of the one that we are actually using? How do we manage those spaces that are being used? So space management is a tool that is used to assist organization in budgeting for that space, right, that is already being utilized. And look at that second bullet. It says a controlled and imaginative approach to space management can provide excellent opportunities for what? For marketing and image issues, as well as improvement in staff motivation, productivity, and cost center control. Imaginative approach. You must be able to first of all think it for you to achieve it. Right? You must be able to work, think it. There are spaces that are automated. Once you come in, that's when the light comes on. Presently, we are trying to do a research for the university. The university is almost at 200 million naira energy bill every month. It's not sustainable. We can't survive. 200 million naira every month goes to energy. And I am on the board of the university assets. So we went to one of the buildings, a very small building for the property management unit, and I saw that all the ACs there, in fact, all those ACs have to be removed. If you put fan in those offices, they are better than those ACs. You know, window units that are only led with carcass. And people that are using that office are already used to the fact that when I come in the morning, I must on the switch. Whether it's blowing or it's not blowing, at least those ACs have become like furniture. So when they come, so I was asking them, I said, hey madam, this AC, you put it on, is it working? Sir, you know they work, what is on? He said, Shebi, we shall run it, let it just be there. Because she doesn't understand the impact of that action on the energy cost. So places where facility managers have actually functioned in the past have gone beyond that level. You don't even have control. I've been to places you won't even see any switch. You cannot control it. It's sensors. You come in, the sensor detects motion, the light comes on. The moment you go, you want to go and wee, the light goes off. You don't have a choice. Because some of us, we say we just want to go and ease ourselves. 3 ACs are on. As you get outside, you meet an old friend. Says, oh, how are you? Do you work here? Say yes. Oh, let's quickly go across the road to Chicken Republic. Have some snacks. You are there 2 hours. Your AC is running. Cooling nothing. We've had instances where people leave ACs overnight in an empty space. So it's very, very important that we imagine where are these leakages coming from? Because the truth of the matter is that studies have shown that about 40% of our energy is actually as a result of what? Waste. That's energy consumption. And all of us can relate. Before we became facility managers, you know how it used to be. You know, especially in this part of the world where power is not so stable. Some of us, we need hot water by, what's the time now? We need hot water by 12:30. Says, I'm not sure they might take light. Please, boil the water now. Somebody goes, puts on the kettle. The water boils. You don't need it now. The next 40 minutes, say, they might soon take light. So that water, I'm not sure it will be hot as much as I. Please on it back. On it again. We quarrel in my house over those things. And it happens everywhere. You see pressing iron. Who put on this iron? It's me. What they want to use the iron for, they are yet to decide. To even start with. You don't even know the dress. The particular dress that you want to iron. But on the iron first. Let it just be there. Come and go. So, and we have it in offices. You understand? We have it in the workplace, we have it in homes. So if you are managing residential buildings, in fact, the worst part of that particular facility, the facility that I was using as an example, is that the central water heating system, the central cooling system was actually on the common areas. So people feel if I'm paying for common area services, I can travel overseas and leave my ACs on. Because whether I am at home or not, my own share of the common services will be paid for. Do you understand the logic? Facility managers can relate. Those consumption are not on the individual apartments meter. They are on the meter of the common area. So I told the facility manager, I said, this facility will kill you if you continue this way. You need to speak to your metering vendors so that you reroute these and let each apartment be responsible for their consumption. So it's very, very important that we can actually imagine. Too much space can impede productivity. When the space is too big, instead of it to actually make people to be productive, it will retard productivity. And it will increase what? Overhead cost. Meanwhile, insufficient space also can also do what? Can also be an obstacle to productivity because motivation can drop. So adequate space in terms of space management is what can impact on both the bottom line and what? The top line. You see, as facility managers, sometimes we feel that our management are only demanding bottom line from us. Oh, what is the cost? At what cost are we running our facilities? But the facility can also promote the image of the organization. If your facility is running top notch, customers or clients are satisfied. If you go to Shell facility any day, anytime, you are just very, very comfortable and happy that you are within Shell facility. And it's not by chance, they are intentional about it. If you look at the manual, under space planning and management, you see issues of service level agreements. When you are getting third-party vendors to come and clean your facility, what kind of cleaning are you looking for? Because if you don't have service levels that speaks to it, they can bring maybe 2 or 3 cleaners and be something of my faculty now, and the cleaning company, the cleaning is outsourced. Is having problem because I've been there this morning. I walk around the toilet. What is the service level? I remember those days because one of our clients used to be Shell. Shell will tell you that at every point in time, all surfaces must pass the white glove test. That's what is there in the SLE. What do they mean? When you put on the white glove and I come in here and I begin to touch, that white must remain white. That's an example of a very, very clear unambiguous SLA. How you clean is not our business. But our business is that when the contract holder comes to inspect and he puts on his glove and he begins to touch surfaces, once he's brown, once anyone gives him brown, you have not delivered. So as facility managers, because we can't do it alone, we need to be specific. What SLAs, what are we looking for? What is it that will impact on our organization's outlook and image? Then we need to leverage on technology. We are coming there. Go to the next slide, please. So before we talk about that bullet of technology, we can see that when we talk about space management, you know, we discussed extensively on planning. 3 things are important: availability, allocation, and what? Utilization. What do we have is availability. Who and who needs what is what? Allocation. Then what do they use that space for? Is the utilization. So these are the things that are bottled up in space management. Next one. Now, space availability. I've discussed that the total space which the organization has in his or her custody is allocation, right, at any particular point in time. Next slide. Then I've explained that next one so that we won't waste time. Next. Now, it's very, very important as facility managers, these slides will be shared with you. As facility managers, to understand that there must be rationale for allocating spaces. You can't just allocate spaces arbitrarily. You know, when I joined the university, I had quite a number of problems because I was coming, like I told you, I was still a standard manager in my organization. I was a facility manager, and several things already. I was configured for so many things. So when I came, my HOD was trying to make me very, very comfortable. So because he happened to be like a father to me, so he said, Faremi, we are buying table for you, and the table is L like this. No shell. For what? You know, I was coming from a space where every space matters. I'm like, if I have that kind of table, do you know in my office, the bigger your table, the more problem you have. Because the likelihood of you dumping things on the table, we know some of our tables now, we can relate at the some tables now, to even put something, you don't, the space is no longer there. You have journals, you have magazines, because you have this space. So I now told myself, Prof, thank you very much, but I don't need, I want a small table. You know, he said that's what I want. Because if I have a small table, it will not give room for me to keep junks there. Right. So you don't give somebody that don't need a space, that space. We get to some places, even there are some offices, you will see what you have. You have 2018 newspaper in this age and time. For what? Because you have the space. If you don't have that space, nothing, in fact, that lack of space will force you to keep that office tidy and functional. Do you know the more your space, the more likelihood of you keeping jobs? Because there is space. So it's very, very important that we look at allocation, maybe based on hierarchy, job description or function. What is this person meant to do? What space does he need? Right? Dr. Show can relate. There are some guys, when you get to the office, very big office, you have to really squeeze yourself in. Because they piled up several things that are not actually necessary. Right? So, it's very, very important that we look at those things and their examples. What space do people need for different activities? Is it 50 square meters? Because it translates to what? Naira and kobo. There is financial implication to that space. Until recently, I was sharing office. You say, no, you are supposed to have a single office. I don't need it. Even now, if we recruit and there is need for me to have somebody else join me in my space, it's fine with me. I only need small space. We are even going to get the next slide. Because this age and time, in terms of utilization, look at space utilization. There are different things. People are even doing up-desking. You come with your things. If you look at our common chairman now, all his office is before him. You understand? The entire office is now in your bag. You only need where you can sit down. You know, once he opens his system, he has everything he needs to work with. So you can up-desk. You come in, you are comfortable, just sit down and you do your work. And when you are done, you go back. Right? You can even do teleworking. You know, prior to COVID-19, people feel that if we are not within a physical space, all of us together, we cannot work. But COVID-19 came and further emphasized the fact that there are options to our what? Our physical presence. And that will take us to the need for AI. Right? In space planning and management. Next slide. So when you talk about AI in space planning and management, AI can play a very, very serious transformative role in space planning. They can predict who and who needs spaces and what space they need. They can help us to optimize space. They can help us to adapt for smarter workspace, right, and much more efficient building environment. Once we finish this, if you pick your phone now, for example, there are some organizations like Vodafone. We know Vodafone, one of the telecoms giants in the UK, right? If you just go to your Android phones now and you put Vodafone office space, you will see the app. You know, if you are a staff, you can actually request for the space that you need from anywhere. So that when you go to the office, that space is already, the facility manager receives your request, right? And he confirms to you that, oh, this space is going to be available for you on the 5th floor, on the 4th floor, on the 3rd floor. So you are coming to work. That you are sitting on the 2nd floor today does not mean that you will even sit there tomorrow. And we have organizations that does that have their own developed, locally developed application that can make workers to actually make requests. Because in fact, as facility managers, we should begin to think in that direction. Can we drive it? Please, can people request for, let's even see the spaces that people actually need. Let them request. And when they request, you evaluate it. And you make allocation as per the request. So it's very, very important that we begin to think about smart spaces. Then we have, even as facility managers, you know, last year when we had this training, we were talking about the bubble diagram as one of the elementary architecture that we did maybe in year 1 or year 2 of our study. For these days, AI has actually brought up several solutions. We have a number of generative AIs, even on our phones, that can actually apps that will generate spaces. Even as a system manager, just put information. I'm trying to plan for 6 square meters, or for 10 square meters, for 15 square meters, for 4 persons. And it will give you suggestions, to give you the type of workstation that will be suitable, such that you will still have enough circulation for people to move around. So we have AI-driven generative design algorithm that can actually propose different layout options, right? Based on your parameters and your constraints. You put information, we have 2 doors, we have 1 window, we don't have this. So facility managers can explore this range of spatial configurations very, very quickly, optimize room layouts for both functionality and aesthetics. You see, as facility managers, you don't go to your management empty-handed. Begin to leverage on these things and say, oh, sir or ma, I'm thinking that our spaces are being, a lot of spaces are redundant, and I'm proposing this. And you have something that you are bringing to the table. And by proposing this, we can cut 50% on our energy cost, we can cut 5% on our water usage. Do you know that there are places that people are being used, and somebody goes into the toilet and he opens the tap, and there is no water at that time, and leaves the tap like that. And the next time there is water, that tap just continues to run. And you may not have anybody going in there until maybe another 3 or 4 days. In fact, the argument we are trying to advance now is that water seems to be taking up to 40% of the cost of what we also spend on energy. So it's very, very important that we begin to think about all of this. So there are examples of AI that we can use for space planning. You can try them out. These ones are window-based. These are for laptops. You can have the AI room planner, Aki AI. Most of us are familiar with ChatGPT. So we have what we call the Rooms GPT that can actually help us to optimize, manage space, and play around with spaces. So thank you very much for your time, and I wish you the very best throughout this training. Thank you. We see you next time.
Thank you, Dr. Farrell. You can really see that Dr. Farrell may have done justice to the topic. And even if you don't understand what space planning and management is all about, they have introduced it to us. But one thing I will bring to fore, so that we'll understand what we're talking about space planning. If you have unrestricted spaces, it increases evil thinking and art. If you have a more than required space, it breeds evil thinking and acts. You were on the news yesterday, a UNN lecturer. Did you read the news? Yes. The UNN lecturer in his office who want to sleep with a married woman in his office. If he's sharing cubicle with another person, will he be able to do that? No. It's because he has some restricted space. I look at the office. Several corners, several spaces, it's not usually here alone. If you go to modern industry today, each person occupying one room is no longer in home. It's cubicle, dwarf, not even up to the ceiling. You are in your box to do the little work you want to do. Even your supervisor can be walking around in the corridor and see what you are doing. So in that case, you'll not be able to think evil. You'll be able to focus on the work given to you. It is when you are enclosed in a compartment that nobody sees, you can now start thinking what is not necessary. So the idea of space management, because of cost, the facility management now look at finding a way to reduce costs by planning our cities. But I venture to look at certain institutions today. Several spaces are wasted. One lecturer, one office. He alone will be in about 20 feet by 10 feet of what is it mean? They are so lazy that they still put a bed inside their office. Sometimes 3 years ago, the director of Federal Polytechnic Ede was reported to have 6 by 6 bed in his office. So do what? The union brought it out. He spent so much, he doesn't know what to do. The next thing is to pack his home into his office. So the idea of space management is very, very damaged in facility management. You don't have to, you will agree with me that if I have a small cubicle to work on, I won't need much light. I won't need much facilities that is not necessary. The AC content will not be too much. It will not be for that small space. So we are reducing wastage. And the idea today is cost efficient. One of my friends traveled to Portugal on Sunday. You see these white men, they are very, very intelligent and very wise. They shifted out their labor to Africa. My people will say they are doing online work. They will not sleep all over night. The cost of office accommodation is no longer there for the white people. The cost of energy consumption is no longer there. Data consumption is no longer there. You are the one bearing the cost of all those things. You will do the work and send it, and it must not fail if you want to get your payment. So you do all the work and send it to them. They now say, okay, maybe in 2 years, 3 years, come to Portugal, come to UK, they will sponsor you to come, and you are happy. They pay so much money from you, and you will not, if you are a parent and have children who works and does this online work at home, you will know the cost you are showing. I have a daughter who is working with a cyber security firm. She will work all night. Whether there is PACN or not, you must put on generator for her to work. We are the one bearing the cost of electricity for our company. I told her that it's unfair on your family. Your company is taking our money and you are the one. If we now put on the generator ourselves, she will feel bad. The inverter we have at home, if we put on generator to power it and energize it, she may not even go out until she will use the inverter of the we are putting the cost of electricity for the company. That is what this company are doing. They shift their cost to other people. And then they pay you money, you say, they are paying you so much. So we Thank you, Dr. Julius Farrelly, for that wonderful discussion. We will work later on that. Now we want to look at telecommunication. We all know about in the advent of during the period of His Excellency he brought telecommunication to the fore by bringing in so many telecom industries. Want to be going? Okay, no problem, sir. Let me just call you the next. Or you have what to say?
I thought that I said my official intelligence.
Oh, yes. Have you not presented yourself?
No, it was only his speech.
I thought you have presented. Let me cut short my discussion.
All right. Thank you very much. I will come out. You know, before I spoke as chairman of Common. Now I'm going to speak as a facility manager. And that is when I'm in my elements. Before I start, thank you, Dr. Farrelly. You have actually done the AI business for me. So all I need to do is to follow up from where he has spoken. But let me find out how many of us are actually facility managers now in this house. How many are practicing? You have a facility that you are managing now. Only 2, 3, 4. Okay, 5 here. And I believe there will be quite online. Our online people are not there? Yes. You have the PowerPoint here. Now, out of those who have actual facilities, I think you are one. Do you know what is happening in your facilities right now? Who knows? Who can tell us that he knows what is happening in his facility right now?
I know exactly what is happening in my facility right now.
Okay. What is your facility?
We are developers, so we manage. We have hostels. We manage buildings, basically.
Which facility are you running now?
We run
that is in use.
There is a new, the ACs, the security, the students, and the IT, ETC. Then basically plumbing, everything is ongoing right now.
Okay. Let's take one of your hostels. How many toilets does he have?
Just one. All the hostels.
Okay.
Right now, I have 3 hostels in 3 different buildings. Each building, I have like 10 rooms.
Okay. Now, let's say the first 10 rooms.
Yes, sir.
The first 10 rooms. The second toilet, what is happening there now?
Now, the second toilet now, just right now,
Yes.
they just changed the tap that is leaking. Right now, they just changed the tap.
Let's clap for him. How did you know that?
The students in the room called me. I asked them to see the security. The security called me. I sent the plumber there to ask him. So after I did it, he accepted me back. I had it done.
Okay, so it's not right now. It has happened.
No,
Yes, that is good. Any other person wants to try? Because we are moving into artificial intelligence, and it's important for us to know what we are coming into. Okay, so there's no other person. Now, let me say that in this business of facility management worldwide, what makes a facility manager functional is ability to innovate, ability to think out of the box. Dr. Faremi said, jack of all trades, but for facility manager, it's actually not master of none, it's master of all. Okay, so as a facility manager, you are jack of all trades and also master of all. But where your own challenge comes is that you must recognize Murphy's law. That means every day you must think that anything that will go wrong in your facility will go wrong. So as you are sitting, as you are coming here, your whole facility is in your head. So whatever will help you to know the real life situation in your facility is an assistance to you as a facility manager. And I'm demonstrating this so that you will know that whereas AI is or artificial intelligence being used all over, for you as a facility manager, it is your number one priority. Then I am here, so I must tell you about my own experience in managing facilities. And that is that you need to be proactive as a facility manager. I didn't start off as a facility manager. I started off as a project manager, construction management. That was the area that I loved. But I got engaged in a cement factory and was made what they then call estate maintenance manager, and ended up becoming civil works manager. In which case, automatically the entire factory complex, housing estate, everything was under me. That's where I caught my teeth as a facility manager. From then on, having understood the rudiments of managing multidisciplinary facilities, I got the certification and the experience to be recruited into the presidency as the director of maintenance, which is also the facility manager of the national hospital that was built. And it is from there I moved to the Ministry of Sports and Social Development as deputy director, stadium and facilities. So that expanded my scope of management. So in each of these places, there are unique needs, different needs, and you are supposed to be the expert. You just spoke about plumbing. While you are being an expert at plumbing, somebody is also calling you about electricals. Another person is calling you about the cracked wall. Another person is calling you about his telephone that is not working. So you are into everything, and all of them are looking for solutions for you. And if you are managing an estate, the wives are telling you their cookers are not working. They are calling you or calling your officer. How do you manage all this? Now, when we got what we call the CMMS, Computer Maintenance Management System, we thought that we had an assistance. And that was way fantastic. But now, we have stepped up. And that is what we are going to discuss this morning. So if you permit me, I'll sit down. Hello? Are you here? It's like my mic is not working. Okay. So Dr. Faremi has told us about artificial intelligence. I'm going to just speak about the nexus between artificial intelligence and facilities management. I have just done the introduction, and then I will go into how artificial intelligence and facility management collaborate. Thank you. Then advantages of AI in FM and the challenges of AI in FM, then we will conclude. But let me say something before I start Again, how many of you want to promise me that after this workshop, when you go back to your office, you are going to apply what you learned here? How many? Promise?
Yes.
One of the best things that will happen to you is that you need to think out of the box. When you go back to your facility now, look at what you were doing before and look at how you can make it, do it better, more efficiently and cheaper. You see, facility managers like Dr. Faremi said, can be very powerful in an organization. You know there is no managing director that wants to spend money. So if you are bringing proposals that reduce costs, you will be his very good friend, isn't it? And when you are a very good friend of the chief executive, you are a very powerful person. So when you find anybody saying any member of management is powerful, it's because he's a friend of the chief executive. From today, I'm giving you the key. That what makes you powerful in an organization, what makes you a friend of the chief executive is one, that you know your job, two, that you reduce cost in that organization. Take that from here. So as you go back, even if you don't take anything from artificial intelligence, go back and say, I want to reduce my cost of operation, and see how the chief executive will not be your friend. And when he is your friend, not only will you talk to him about facility management, you will talk to him about other things and you will listen to him. You have access, so you are powerful. How many of us wants to be powerful? Every one of us. All right, just give me a few minutes. I think they have not seen the slide that. Just a minute, just give me. All right. So in this, we'll look at introduction. We'll look at how AI and FM collaborate, the advantages of AI in FM, and the challenges of AI in FM, then conclude. The application of AI and the Internet of Things in FM is only. Are we together? It's only just gaining acceptability and adoption in a series of innovative technologies that have engulfed the world. You will agree with me that there are quite a number of innovative technologies in the world today. And AI has come in to FM to revolutionize FM. The facility management industry, which had earlier received a big boost with the advent of computerized maintenance management system, will definitely be a major beneficiary of AI. Now, what is AI and how does it interface with facilities management? The fundamental issue involved in the integration of AIs in FM can be described as the leveraging of technology and data to make informed choices and the proactive utilization of such in decision making on the operational functionality of the facilities. Now, For you to be able to automate decision making, you need to gather data. And like our facility manager there was saying, he knows that somebody went into one toilet now and has fixed it. But if I ask him how many times that toilet has been fixed in the last 6 months, he may have to refer to records, isn't it? Yes. Because it's not possible for him to know on 2nd June, this is what happened, on 3rd September, this is what happened, on 5th, you know, it is too difficult for a human being. But that data is not too difficult for computer. Technology can use that data immediately to tell you how much you have spent on that particular toilet in the past 2 years. And if you feed that data in, it can also decide whether that occupant should continue to use that toilet or not, because he may be a destructive user. Now, what AI does is that this data is compiled and interpreted artificially through intelligence to give opportunity for decisions to be made. This includes the integration of the component facility systems such as lighting, space allocation, security, predictive, preventive, and routine maintenance in a centralized platform. So you can imagine that, like Dr. Faremi spoke to us, you can imagine the power consumption of a group of friends that went across the street to go and have lunch, and the AC was running, the lighting was on. Maybe just before they left the room, somebody went into the toilet and did not switch off the tap, and that was running. Of course, that is cost to the organization. But imagine that there is a sensor in that office that has been programmed that when there is nobody, shut down. What difference do you think it will make in the expenditure cost? It will definitely go down, isn't it? Today, when you go to some of the toilets, once you flush or once you turn on, it stops on its own. If you are not even a fast user of the system, you may discover that you have not finished and the water has stopped, isn't it? So that decision to stop or to continue, if it is handled by intelligence system, an intelligence system is called artificial intelligence. In which case, you are not here, you move up, and because sensors are already in place, it detects that there is no human being here, it shuts down. Now, the same thing for space allocation. The same thing for lighting. The light that we need to operate optimally here is different from the light that you need just to keep the ambience, isn't it? And so, if there is a system that will look at the number of people here and what quantity or what amount of lighting they require to perform the function that we are performing, it will optimize it and then save cost. The same thing goes for security. For the case of security, people have different access levels. We are here now because Nibifin paid for this hall, isn't it? But he didn't pay for the MD's office or the hotel manager's office. So if you have access control, as soon as we pay for here, and we are giving tax that enables us to access this place, if you go to any other place, you will not have access. If there is an AI installation here that gives you access to certain places, the same thing goes. Take a hospital, for instance. When I was in charge of the National Hospital Abuja, there are places where we have radioactive substances. And we have to put physical barrier to stop people from going there. Because if you go there, you may lose your ability to procreate for life. And you may not feel anything. You just walk through, and there are radioactive substances that will just affect your life. So we have to put a barrier. But then, with AI now, the moment anybody is approaching it, it can trigger alarm that will send people asking you to go leave that area. And also, whenever there is unauthorized intrusion, because you have an AI system installed, you will be able to have alarms triggered automatically. Or even in some Chinese system, it can slap the intruder. Yeah. So it will not go. It will not only stop you, but it will give you a knock on the head that you are not supposed to where you are. All those are factors that can be enhanced through artificial intelligence. The same thing goes for predictive maintenance. Today, we only predict maintenance by using the operational manual, the maintenance manual, and we say, okay, this is going to be replaced, maintained, or handled at this time. However, if we have a more innovative system, it can tell us even ahead of time that because of certain parameters that has been acquired from data, this maintenance is either brought forward or can be delayed for some time. So the use of artificial intelligence in facility management is so huge and wide. And what I'm wanting to let you know is that we must not wait until the Western world comes to tell us before we know what to do. Every facility that you are managing, you have a responsibility to think outside the box to provide solutions. One of the things I tell our professional colleagues in Nigeria is that we have been passengers in technology and engineering for too long. What are we contributing to the international community? Because you can't be ahead of me and still be behind me. If you are ahead of me, I must have an advantage of being behind you. So what is it that we can do and show them? Somebody will tell me that, well, AI is only possible where there is power. Are we going to have power tomorrow? The adequate power in Nigeria may not come in the next 20 years. Because right now, what we are even managing is because our industries are shutting down. When I was in the cement factory, at times, I'm giving you a secret now, we have to take off power in the whole of Benue State in order to run our factory. So sometimes when you have power outage, it may not be from the source. It may be because an industry needs extra power. And they negotiate with the power concerned. We say, please, we need so and so many hours. And they say, that is what the whole thing we have for the state. We say, knock them off for 2 hours. We want to do something. Do you understand? So, the essence is that we don't have adequate power now, but we have the sunlight. God has given us power. So, why are we fixated about electrical power? Why are we fixated about just hydroelectric? Why are we not thinking outside the box? If you want to manage your facility, thank God you are builders. Why don't you start from day one constructing your building with solar energy? The design should be tailored such that you have enough power through the solar system, and then you can introduce artificial intelligence. So we must not be waiting and saying until we have enough electricity in Nigeria. No, sir, and no, ma'am. That is what I want us. That's how I want us to leave this workshop. thinking as facility managers that are ahead of the country, because we need to provide solutions for this country. If you were civil engineers, I will also talk to you about AI in maintenance of infrastructure, roads, bridges, rails. There are things that we can do now that we are not doing, and we are just waiting for solutions and blaming other people, whereas we are the problems of the country. Because God has given us the intellect to solve the problems in Nigeria, and we are not solving it. We are leaving it to politicians. Politicians are merchants of power. They are looking only for power. When they get the power, they are waiting for the professionals to give them solutions. You and I are the solutions to Nigeria's problem. So, you still have not got it?
Yes, it's okay, sir.
Okay. What are the advantages of AI in FM? Smart building automation. That's what we've been talking since morning. Predictive maintenance. You will be able to, you see, one of the major advantages of AI is that it can interpret big data in a fraction of the time. So it can tell you, this to be done because I have gathered this information for the past 2 years and I've analyzed it, and this is what you will do. Energy management, we have discussed that. Workplace optimization, that's the work, Dr. Farami's paper. Automation of functions for operational efficiency. We've just spoken about that, switching off of the lights or the AC system or water system when not in use. Security management, we have talked about that. Real-time data acquisition and access to equipment history. As soon as, one of the major headaches of a facility manager is taking over a facility. You want to know the equipment history. You want to know what has happened in the past and what is likely to happen in the future. Nobody will tell you what will happen in the future. Many times in this country, you find that a facility manager is taking over a facility that has not got as big drawings. All they give you is a construction drawing. But the construction drawings have been varied in the course of construction. So what you, a facility manager, should be working with is actually as built drawing. So you find that when you have problem, you go shooting somewhere else, and the pipes are not there. But with AI, that problem is solved. Why? Because it is able. You see, it will be real time. This is where BIM comes in now. As it's being installed, all the amendments are already taking shape and captured. So by the time there is a challenge, it tells you exactly what the challenge is and where to solve it and how to solve it. Then of course we have occupant comfort. Even you get to some, last night, I don't like very cool environment. And that's why I always run back from Europe. Now, the hotel I was in, the AC was too cold. And I was wondering, because coming from Abuja, there is 30-something degrees. I said, this place is cold. And you could see everybody there, they felt cold. But that was what was set. And the whole area was cold. However, they would have achieved the same clientele, the same comfort at a cheaper cost if it were managed by artificial intelligence. Then there's data analytics and big data management capacity. There are capacities, when we talk big data, can you multiply something with 100,000 variables within a fraction of a second? No. But technology can do it. Apart from the length of time, it is the number of chains that it can handle at the same time. Then, of course, there is improved demand management. It knows exactly what is likely to be. If, like in a school, most universities in the Western world optimize space. unlike the polytechnic that had a bed in the rector's office. They optimize space. So you find that every lecture has a specific space and a specific allotted time. You cannot go in earlier than the time, and you cannot stay later than the time. Now, this has to be done manually in the past. But today, with the aid of artificial intelligence, you are able to handle that seamlessly because there is data and there is demand. And the demand and the data together will give you the operational efficiency that is required. Then there are visual assistants and chatbots. A few years ago, the Heathrow International Airport reduced all their check-in counters, and you now have an AI installation where you just bring in your, once you bring in your passport, you scan your boarding pass. It will first of all read that you are legit, you are ready to go, you are the same person. Then it brings out your boarding pass. That was the first stage. Then we thought that you know, I was returning from the US, and there were these 3 rectors who traveled for one program. And we came to the Heathrow at the same time. So I did mine, I collected my boarding pass. And the rectors were saying, they spoke to me outside. I said, yeah, I can hear it. So they were looking for where to go. I said, no, this you just
check-in desk.
I mean, it was a big hassle for them. And I had to show them, put your passport here, do this and that, you know. Now they moved again to checking in. So your bag drop off. So you now you put your bag, it weighs it, and if it is above, sorry, you have to go back. But if it is correct and you scan your passport, your tag will come out. And you will tag your bag yourself, drop it off, and take the piece that should. No person there to do it again for you. That's the introduction of AI. And all those delays that we used to have are no longer there. And then there are some places you want to go into the toilet, it tells you whether the toilet is free or not. Chatbots, you know, things that assist you. Then there is sustainability initiatives and cost savings. All these are advantages that come into FM from AI. Now, what are the challenges of AI in FM? And that's where we need to come in. We must not allow the advanced countries to solve all the challenges. Let us also begin to solve from here. I'm so happy with our young people, especially the way they have taken on technology. And I believe that we have a lot to offer the world from Nigeria in this aspect of technology and artificial intelligence. Number one is computer power. It's not every computer that can handle AI. So you need a higher capacity. And then there's the question of data scarcity. How many of us are keeping records? Sir, they just repaired your toilet. I hope there's somewhere they have written it down that today, 24th, they repaired so and so, and this is what was changed, and this is who changed it, and this is the time you took the person, and this is how much.
This is how much I've spent.
So, we need, there's data scarcity for many of us. I can bet that not all of us are very conversant with the matter of storing data. And with our computers now, it is easier for us to store data. So even if you are not doing it directly, have an assistant that will do it. Because that data is important in decision making in the future. So data scarcity is a challenge in AI in FM. Then limited implementation. It's not everywhere that AI has been implemented. So that's why I'm challenging you to go and let's see how we can implement in our various places. Then data privacy and security. Of course, when data is released, it is available to anybody. And what they use of it, what use they put to of it is another challenge. So there is need for data privacy. If you now say that the AI will tell us whether this room is empty or not, it means at any material time it's also counting the number of us that are in this room. And that information is also critical. It may be used by a terrorist to know when this place is full or when it's empty. Then we have transparency and algorithms. How do we read the algorithms? How do we understand the decision-making process? What if I have written an algorithm into my AI system that says, whenever you see a black man, shut the door? Because the computer is not a human being. So if it sees the black man, of course, it will shut the door. So if I have some prejudices that say I don't like short people, I can also write it into the algorithm. So the moment you are below 6 feet and you are coming in, bam, it refuses you. And there could be such, biases. The bias may not be as dramatic as I have introduced it, but it could be a bias which artificial intelligence has not been able to. It is artificial, so it is not human. It doesn't think like you and I. Then we have bias and fairness, which I just spoke about. Then there is ethical dilemma. The AI can be used to do things that we don't consider ethical. AI can take your picture while you are in the toilet, and you wouldn't know. Is it ethical to keep the pictures of people who go to the toilet in your facility, for instance? That's just one example. Generalization and adaptability is still low, so it's a challenge for us. And that's why, for us in third world countries, or when they want to humor us, they say we are advancing countries, we are developing countries. Those of us who are in developing countries, we must look at how to implement AI at our level of development. Then, there is not adequate regulation and governance. There is so much that is out there now, and there's so much that AI can do that we should be very careful about illegalities being perpetrated through AI. Then, education and upskilling. This is just an introduction. If you want to get into AI, you need to be educated on it, and you need upskilling. And upskilling means that you already have a skill, and then you are adding more to it. So if you are just being introduced to AI, it means you have double work to do. Then, of course, there is workforce resistance. I don't think that when Heathrow introduced the AI system into its check-in counter, the union did not fight it, because they have lost workforce there. So always, whenever you introduce automation anywhere, somebody is losing their relevance. And so that's a challenge. Now, those who are losing their relevance, can you find a more relevant occupation for them? Because we cannot be held down because we want to provide employment. So, what is the future of future trends in AI and FM? The future of AI in FM is bright, because FM as an industry requires the processing of vast data over some time to make informed, routine, and predictive decision-making easy. With increase in smart and intelligent buildings and a deeper penetration of AIs in operational installation in facilities, predictive maintenance will be enhanced. and consequently operational efficiency. And as I said, when you as a facility manager has operational efficiency, you are lowering costs. And once you are lowering costs, the bottom line of the company is improved. And that's the essence of facility management. We are to make contributions to the bottom line of our companies or the organization which we work. So when facility management is talking about bottom line, it's not only private sector that has bottom line. Even government, today everybody is talking about cost of governance. How can we bring down cost of governance? The facility managers in government must necessarily be part of the process of bringing down the cost of governance. In conclusion, the future of AI in FM is huge. And I want to say that Nigeria will also contribute to it. I'm challenged, and I believe that we have the young people and we have the brains to contribute to AI in the world. And it's going to be impactful in service delivery. FM practitioners must take charge of the advantages offered by the ability of AI to manage big data to ensure more efficiently managed and operationally available facilities at an optimal cost, thus improving their organization's bottom line. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, we can do better. If you are so lucky enough to have a kind of a big shot like him, to even spend his special time with us. I think he has been here for almost 2 hours now, and has even taken the pain to dress this kind of dish like this. We can do more. Some of us might not see him again in the next 2-3 years in style like this. He's still going to be alive, but on this special occasion, we have him sitting down here. We might not even have the privilege of even taking a picture with him in the next 3 years, but he's here with us. Please, you can do better for him. I think in the paper we have been able to learn more about AI. I'm sure we can also still go better and learn more about AI. We have also been understood that it is important as a facility manager where we work for us to be someone to reckon with and at various stages of work. We need to assist and participate in ensuring that we manage the cost of production of our organization and the cost of what we consume in such a facility. Thank you so much once again for this special and short and precise the well-delivered paper. Thank you so much, sir. Without much ado, and I want to introduce to us our next paper presenter. Someone will know very well, it's a friend of the house. Our own person from the University of Lagos, Dr. Shoibe, as he step forward to take us on the next journey of today's training session. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Chairman Coburn, ladies and gentlemen. When the Coburn Chairman is lecture, as well as Dr. Farrell, I said, they have almost touched areas earmarked for me to speak on today. However, we will still continue pushing the gospel on the acts according to the gospel. So, please project it. Technologies for facilities management. The outline of the lecture is as projected above. Next slide, please. Why the need for technologies in facilities management? Emerging technologies in facilities management, challenges to deployment of technologies in facilities management practice, the way forward, and the conclusion. The way forward and the conclusion. Please, next slide. Why the need for facilities management? The world and the practice of facilities management is evolving. Yes. Where we were few years back in terms of facilities management is not where we are today. And where we will be tomorrow will not be where we are today. So facilities management practitioners are tasked with issues such as cost reduction. As we have been told, we have to reduce cost we incur in running our facilities. And we also need efficient operations, improved service, and better work environment. Also, competitive edge among the facilities facilities managers firms. As previous speakers have said, see, don't be afraid of showcasing or recommending or suggesting innovative ideas to your clients. Though this idea at the beginning may be capital intensive, but at long run, it is cheaper. Exactly, as they have said, the executives will be happy to embrace whoever comes up with options that will bring about cost reduction. So the disruption caused by pandemic, yes. Employees' health and safety. Yes, COVID-19 pandemic came, and we should be expecting, though we will be praying that God forbid, but it will surely come. So what do we do in addressing these issues when they come up? Next. Emerging technologies for facilities management. Space planning tools. Dr. Falemi and builder Dr. Padua they have taken care of this. So these are few of the space planning tools that facilities managers can deploy in space planning and management. And we also have touchless workplace technology. Yes. During COVID-19, it was a very funny thing. They will say, don't touch this. When you touch this, you have to sanitize your hands, and so on and so forth. So there are touchless workplace technologies that you don't need to touch the door before the door opens. When the door senses that you are approaching, the door will open and close by itself. So these are sensors enabled tech solutions such as smart lighting, HVAC systems, as we have been told. There was a case of a facility, as we have been told, people get to the washing basin, put on the tap while there is no water running through the tap. And you know, either consciously or unconsciously, they forgot to close the tap back. And when water is restored, the tap continues running. And if this happens over the weekends, what will be the volume of water that will be lost in course of this? So there are sensor powered taps that you don't need to turn it on or off. Just put your hand, and when it senses your hand, the water flows. And when you remove your hand, the water stops. So we should start embracing these technologies in our facilities. Then touchless visitors management systems, and so on and so forth. Next. Yes. Advanced HVAC technology. Yes. I will share the little experience a friend of mine in Kuwait. who is working with an HVAC company, and they have facilities they are managing across the Middle East, and they do not have in-house workers in those facilities. And right in Kuwait, they monitor what happens in those facilities. As chairman asked my friend that who knows what is happening in their facilities, the case you presented to us doesn't fall in this category. Is that clear? Yes. What falls in these categories is driven by technology. That you can, okay, for instance, now I am here. Okay? I can, from this my phone, I can monitor what is happening in my house, my bedroom, through CCTV. Okay? These are the form of technology and things like that. Okay? So this company, they will be able to monitor the performance of each of the facilities in the buildings they are managing. Okay? And when it is time for maintenance, they have an agreement with the vendor in those locations. They will just call them, please go to these facilities, so equipment, service it for us, and so on and so forth. So, tool to curb energy usage while improving the workplace performance, automates climate regulation and enhances HVAC preventive maintenance. These are the opportunities offered by advanced HVAC technologies. It also identifies potential issues with equipment before it breaks down. Yes, usually with our own idea or methods here, we do not take care of equipment before they break down. What we do often is more of what corrective maintenance. We wait for equipment to break down before we attend to them, but such is not a best practice. Okay? Yes, you should be able to monitor your equipment to be able to know the number of hours those equipment have worked, so that when it is required for maintenance to be carried out, such maintenance is done. Then we also have building management system. Yes. The chairman has spoken extensively on this. This is essentially a computer-driven application, and it handles lighting, ventilation, power systems, and fire management and security systems. You don't need, most of our facilities, we deploy a lot of security men going here and there, and in most cases they are human beings. When they are tired, what happens? When they fall asleep, what happens? Okay, but with building management systems, you can monitor these facilities real time and know what is happening. We are not saying you should not have physical security presence. Okay, those physical security presence will now become more active or activated when there are issues, when there are emergencies. So it also consists of a number of smart sensors which are located around the building to gather data and process those data for decision taking. Next slide, please. Yes. Building management system also offers safer, convenient, and sometimes cost-effective solution. It eliminates the need to continuously manually adjust or configure the power systems, instead offering an automated way to manage energy demand, as previous speakers have highlighted. Next. Yes, business asset management softwares, that is BAN. This manages assets and contributing to capital planning.
Sorry to interrupt. The chairman of Kobo wants to leave, and we felt it is important to take pictures with you. Or you don't want it?
No, we want it.
So we will go outside there and take pictures with him before he departs. photographer is here. Sorry. We will continue after that. Sir. Your receipt of the program will continue. We shall not wait for lunch, so that we can recover the time we have lost for lunch. Bring your receipt. Why we start
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The next technology that can be adopted in facilities management is BIM, Building Information Modeling. And the aspect of building information modeling that is most useful to facilities managers are those that will aid us in the management of the facilities. And even there are efforts to try to convert existing buildings that are not on the BIM platform to BIM platform through what we call the scanning. We have someone in the country today who is vast in that he has 3D scanner, and he was able to deploy that to a second Niger bridge that was constructed by Nigeria. So that bridge was not designed under the BIM platform, but today it has been converted to what BIM platform through 3D scanning. Okay, and what that offers us are so enormous. It helps in visualizing components of the space, including structural elements and exact asset location. Like Builder Opalua said earlier that in most cases we do not actually construct what is designed. There are some modifications, changes, but at the end of the completion of the project, we hardly put up as-built drawings to aid whoever will be managing such facilities. But with scan-to-be technology, we can have everything real time. You know where there are columns, beams, that if you want to break through a wall, you don't need to disturb. You know where to break through. You know where the services pass through, and so on and so forth. This platform also aids facilities management in data-driven decisions about space utilization, energy consumption, and the redesigns. You can redesign spaces to become more efficient and energy efficient. Next slide. Machine learning and artificial intelligence. I won't waste much time on this because Builder Opalua has spoken extensively on this. Next. Next. Yes, smart building technologies. This technology use data powered by Internet of Things. Smart building elements. These are intelligent lighting, heating, cooling, and security. They allow facilities managers to be more responsive, efficient, and proactive as regards the management of that facility. It also aids monitoring of environmental factors such as temperature and humidity. The IoT sensors collect real-time data of workplace and the workforce, which can help facilities management make adjustments faster. Employee experience apps, yes. At the moment, what facilities managers focus on is just the building. Okay? What we focus on as facilities managers today in Nigeria is what? The buildings. What about the users, the occupants of the building? Do we focus our attention on them? No. Do we? How many of us are facilities managers here? Yes. Do you focus attention on the users of the building? The well-being of the users in particular? Do you? In what way? Yes.
Actually, money is going to come out of it.
If
Money is going to come out of it.
of it.
Yes,
Are we familiar with SBS and BRI? Sick building syndromes.
Technology actually has moderated our focus on building. For example, now if this place has smart sensors, the moment we're more than the number of people that it can contain, it will increase the AC, the quantity of air that should be here. And if it is not extendable, it will inform the facility manager that it's overcrowded. And you may not be able to do that yourself, but the smart things that we're talking about, Internet of Things and the sensors that we're using, assist us a lot. Sometimes in the equipment and facilities, some areas you may not even be able to reach. The sensors will tell you that this particular element is failing, is defective. We're planning to replace it. It may not be the way the software we trained on last year was programmed in a way that if this bulb is going to die, if you tell you 2 weeks to the time, that the bulb in the hall will die in 2 weeks' time. if the generator will need services. Prepared for all those things. So the focus now is on the building and the well-being of the user, not only on the building. Thank you.
With smart technology, what I just want to highlight on that is the way we actually feel concerned when the occupants of the buildings visit hospitals to complain to doctors about one illness or other. Do you know that yes, if I'm yes, sick building syndrome and building related illnesses, okay, yes, we can feel some we can have some health feelings, okay, as a result of the condition within the facility. Exactly. So what we are saying is that with smart technologies in the building, it captures or it measures real data about the indoor air quality. You know, if an indoor air quality is not good enough, I can begin to sneeze, I can begin to have some eye irritations and so on and so forth. Okay? As facility managers, we should, to some extent, bring this technology. For instance, those of us who are managing office buildings, please take it a bit further. You can ask, you can sample the opinions of the occupants. What are the common illnesses they suffer from? Okay, is it coughing? Is it sneezing? Is it cold? And so on and so forth. Okay, so because most of these indoor air parameters, okay, cause are responsible for some of these illnesses. Okay, so as we are doing everything within our capacity in ensuring that the building is good, is in functional state, we should also take care of the occupants, because without the occupants, there will not be need for the building. Yes, employee experience acts is also a novel technology that we can deploy in facilities management. So we have mobile workplace apps which captures which make it easy for employees to access people, spaces and services. Like I have said earlier, gentlemen, yes, these employee experience apps will also enable you to go what is happening on your facilities. People can actually communicate with you, not through what is it called? Not through WhatsApp. Okay, so those of you that are on that platform, you can share information, real-time information, and you can also monitor what is happening on your facilities. It helps in collection of real-time data that can improve operational efficiency, and the facilities management team can plan ahead. Next, we also have wearable technology like Fitbits and smartwatches. They have existed for years. We should explore the opportunities in these wearable technologies. There are smart badges, yes. The Padua has emphasized on that, smart badges, that if you don't have a badge to access some facilities, some locations, you will not do it. That is, it helps in limiting to control access to facilities. Yes. If you are not eligible to have access to such facilities or part of the building, you will not, based on the badge you put on. Next. Wearables also enable them to collect data on employee work patterns, space occupancy, and resource utilization for space planning and management. it also helps them to stay connected to what is happening. Okay, you stay connected with what is happening. Most especially with those managing hotels. Okay, there was a man that complained about the revenue reduction in his hotel. What happened was that the workers, they have duplicates of the keys. At times, the occupation level may be about 80%. When the man comes in, the man will still see keys hand on each of the rooms, saying that the occupation is just 70%. Without knowing that they are duplicated keys. Okay, so they are making money from the ignorance. So when we advise to adopt a system of technology, are you getting everything is stopped? No of keys, just access card. You slot it on the door opens. Anywhere he knows the number of rooms that are being occupied. Is that correct? And yes, though it involves a bit of spending, along the run, pennywise pounds to change. So we should be ready to spend it for technology to enhance the efficiency. Next. Sustainability and risk management solutions. Yes. I would also emphasize here that when God created man, we should have that in our mind. Okay? When God created man, he looked at man and praised himself. He said, "Bravo, this is the best of my creations." And yes, that most especially what we call issue devil, Satan. Okay? And God told Satan, bow down for Adam. Satan said, why should I bow down for Adam that you created from ordinary mud? You created me from fire. Why should I bow down? I want to know. And God responded, I taught Adam what I did not teach you. I taught Adam about everything on the surface of the earth. Okay? And we all know Satan misbehaved and God took him out of the Garden of Eden. So, why is God proud of creating man? Because he gives us what? Intelligence. Animals, okay, they eat raw grains, but we can turn grains into varieties. Okay, that is to say that we are on this surface of the earth to make things work, not to destroy. We should use our intellect in ensuring that sustainability is enshrined. So, sustainable development practices seek to minimize carbon footprint. That is the essence of our goals today. We should reduce the carbon footprint in whatever little form we can do. Solutions to track and manage energy utilization and demonstrate regulatory compliance. Next. Yes, we have virtual reality and augmented reality. There are also superpowers technologies in the facilities management. Next. Yes. What are the challenges to the development of technology? Slow nature of embracing innovation. That is a very big challenge in adopting technology in whatever area in construction. We in the construction industry are somehow reluctant, okay, to embrace technologies. So in that case, we have what we call laggard syndrome. Laggard syndrome is that we are too sluggish to tap into opportunities of innovation. And it is just like a pyramid, bottom heavy, okay, bottom heavy. when AutoCAD was introduced, many people were reluctant to tap into the opportunities of AutoCAD. But today we are happy. And we also pray that in the near future we will tap into the opportunities in technologies we can deploy in facilities management. And usually legacy is not result of because they lost majority. They want to be doing same way over and over, which is not good. High initial capital outlay, yes. Integrating technology in facilities management is not cheap to say. What I mean is that the initial capital outlay is high, but when you put it into consideration over a long time of that facility, you will see that it is better to introduce such technologies. The diverse nature of the industry, clients with very different motivation. Yes, clients are reluctant. They are not motivated to spend money. But you, as a professionals, facilities managers, you should justify why such money should be invested. Then the natural consideration by construction consultant on services for which they are paying for. Yes, we know they are even little in terms of remuneration for the services in the area. So we don't want to go further in rendering services outside that scope. But I bet putting your little effort to do extra more. If this translates to cost savings for the client, it will also make you earn better from the client. The way forward, start slowly. A journey of several months starts with a step. Yes. When we go back to our respective organizations, let us effect one or two of these knowledge we have acquired. Okay? By the time we continue doing that, we will always get to promised land. Take the lead to address the legacy syndrome. Yes. The lead to address the legacy syndrome is that when we get out there, we should say we want to make changes, or we want to be a mover of what? Change in our respective organization. Collaboration with experts is also very key. Some of us are in academics. Those in the industry or in practice can collaborate with us. We can also collaborate with other professionals like the one I shared with you. Investing in this scanner is huge. It's very, very huge. So, and with that gentleman having a 3D scanner, we can partner with him, okay, when it comes to scan to opportunities. Then convince the clients through appropriate means. That is to say, life cycle costing. You know, clients are always afraid to incur more costs, okay? But let the client know that spending 100 million naira today instead of 50 million naira, okay, we earn him a lot of money in running the facilities over the useful lifespan of the facility. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Before I call in the next speaker, when Dr. was talking, he mentioned 6 grade syndrome. You had it. Building related diseases. When one of our guys was alive, we were very young. When he was delivering his inaugural lecture, he mentioned the case of a woman whose husband just rented an apartment in Lagos Island. And when they move into their apartment, anytime they are outside, the woman is okay. When she goes into that property, it's like she will say witches are disturbing her, there are spirits, demonic spirits in the room. But she feels uncomfortable. She will be perspiring, she will be sweating, within 5 minutes of entering that, and she will not even see properly. So they brought in a lot of pastors to come and deliver that room. The room refused to deliver. But when the woman gets outside that room, she will be okay. It was later they discovered that the ventilation in that apartment was inadequate. Because of that, there's a lot of relatively high humidity and which lead to perspiring. And if you look at the properties in Lagos Island, they are always like that. That's why most of the residents sleep outside at night. They just use the place as a box to keep their property, their homes. They can't stay indoors. So it is the facility manager who has to monitor all this to ensure that your occupants are comfortably enjoying the space given to them. For example, now a lot of our religious places, if you remember your church, the head room of your church, you know how high it is, I mean? Your hand cannot touch it to clean it. And some of them have gathered cobwebs. What are you doing to ensure that the place is like when it was commissioned? The facility manager must ensure that every space he has is properly maintained. And not that to put, there was a video I saw when I went to UK. It is used in China. They call them monkey cleaners. Monkey cleaners. What do? They tie rope on them along their waist and drop them from the roof. You will be cleaning the glass. Drop them gradually. Have you seen it before? That is our safety. A facility manager must not employ that means to keep his property. There are so many things we are tracking at the end of today's lecture or before today's lecture ended, maybe after the lecture of Dr. Vida Wilson or Ruba, who is replacing him. After his lecture, there will be different rooms. We will divide you into everything is hard. You want to discuss it. You want to look at how it affects your operation, your company and organization, and come out with a position paper which we will present tomorrow. I hope you understand. It's not just coming here to get stories. You are going to work on what you have had. I hope you understand. We will divide you into groupings, which becomes a dedicated group. Then every module you have, we will discuss it in your group. So do it in a way that those in the group will have related backgrounds. You work as a civil servant, you will be together with your civil servant. If you are a private sector, you will be with the private sector. If you are in the military, you will be with the military. So you will discuss everything you have, how it applies to your operations. If you are in a research institution, you will be with those people that are also in research institutions. Then come out with a position paper that reflects what your experience are regarding your organization. How will you apologize for those who are 3 years ago, they lived to our head collapse. Did you really read it? You remember that time? Well, you were not here then. A lift collapsed there, just like what happened in Lagos Island Hospital. That Lagos General Hospital, where the lift kills a medical doctor. The first person that is the head of people is the facility manager. But you know his work. Before the lift collapsed, you will have found the management that there are defects associated with the lift. And if the management is not listening to him, you will have written paper that will exonerate him. So I will use this opportunity to call the Wilson Odubako to come on board to discuss the last implementation for this morning, even though we are not. The last presentation for this morning will be very brief. We are not going to waste more time. I hope you are eating your food.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Nishala. You said I'm busy, but I'm standing in for you. This paper is paper. So I'll pray I'll be able to do justice to it. But before we enter into the paper proper, I want us to look at this clip. You see this clip? Safety issue is what we are going to discuss. Okay? Take particular attention about two of these clips that is going to go. We are watching. This is this particular one. This is more like an indoor facility that something went wrong. Okay, I believe we can relate to that.
Always remember safety first.
This is module 3. Safety. Facility
Always remember safety first.
Federal government of Nigeria has its bearing on important issue that to be addressed. Okay. Go ahead. So the National Policy on Occupational Safety and Health describe this as a protocol development philosophy of a building for self-reliance and egalitarian economy through minimizing, so far as it is reasonable, practicable, the causes and the effects of hazard inherent in the working environment. You know, we come from different organizations, and it is believed that that organization will be driven by a series of policies. Is that correct? Are we together? Okay. Now, what is much more important for us in this consideration now is the health and safety policy. Every organization must drive its health and safety programs through a defined policy statement that actually dictates in writing what ought to be done at every given point in time. Next slide. So the health and safety in workplace is crucial in the policy and implementation of a good practice in FM. For us to say yes, we have a good practice in FM, then we must incorporate within our services that we are providing the health and safety protocols. Facility managers must maintain high level of accountability for the creation and maintenance of health and safety policies, processes to ensure that all staff, visitors adhere strictly to health and safety standard. Okay? In this policy statement, there will be standard that will be written. It is your function and responsibility to ensure that these are adhered to. Okay? Now, we also somebody sleep out of the lift. Maybe the capacity of that lift may be about 80 people. And then you are discovering that about 10 people are rushing into. We are already compromising some basic health and safety issues. So we should be able to adhere strictly and manage that by making provision of adequate personnel that will guide and monitor that particular standard. Otherwise, we are talking about smart Internet of Things, sensors into our services. There are some lifts now that when you have over and above the required capacity, it will not move. It will just be blinking. Okay, next slide. So, health and safety is central to the operation of a facility manager. We are more interested about those who are inside the building and the visitor itself. Okay? When the last paper was being presented, we were looking at, is it the building alone that required attention? And this will now tell us that it is not only the building, because when we are talking about health and safety, we are drawing attention to the fact that the occupants also deserved attention. Okay? So the workplace health and safety is a global challenge to sustain development of our society. And the growing rate of accidents that is going on in workplaces required attention. We need to pay adequate attention to issue of health and safety in our workplaces. Next slide. Okay, workplace health and safety management. This is the process of identifying, minimizing threats to workers, public workplaces, and facility management life cycle. Now, one important thing about facility managers, one of their important functions is that there is what we call informed client function, which means that you as a facility manager must have full information about the facility or organization that you are managing, not just the facility. The organization that you are managing, you must have full understanding of what they stand for, the culture, the operational standard, the workflow. Okay? Because we just spoke about space planning. If you need to work perfectly as a facility manager, you must understand the workflow to be able to utilize your space adequately, so that there won't be any cross carpeting in the way the work is done, and that will give you more successful results. Okay? Health and safety across the entire life cycle will mean that you need to establish a health and safety policy and implementation strategy. that has been established, we need a policy that will drive health and safety. Then you must also know that in course of this, we need to utilize proactive and reactive performance measure with assurance of compliance. With assurance to compliance, there must be a fact that we want to comply to that set out rule. The last there is measuring effectiveness in driving good health and safety performances. That is when we now need to look at the health and safety auditing, inspecting and review all the performances and the data that are collected over the period. Next slide. Modern society emphasizes the need for preserving safety of the worker, your visitor, and the occupants in workplaces. This has been established. Next slide. Next slide. This also has discussed. So, general requirements for establishing workplace and occupational health and safety management. We need to make a declaration of FM. Health and safety policy is still repeating itself, laying emphasis on the fact that whatever you do in facility management in terms of health and safety, it must documented, it must expressed, it must have a priority of place within the organization. You must establish a unit for workplace occupational health and safety. Formulation of health and safety manual. Dr. Opalua mentioned something like that when he was making presentation, that we just don't make something out of nothing. It has to be written, something where we can fall back on. Implementation of health and safety manual. Formulation is different. Once you have that formulation is written, strategy for implementation must be documented. Investigation of risk and hazard that are attached must also be defined. Routine inspections and improvements, measure for emergency situations, investigating causes of industrial accidents, system auditing, record keeping for event and investigation, employee feedback, opinion in health and safety. All this will still fall back on them in the course of this presentation, but these are like a guide of what you need to do to have an effective workplace health and safety management system. Next slide. Next slide. Okay. Now, for every organization that you work for, they are established through a framework of the law. Maybe a private sector, if you are in private sector, you have certification in corporation, so you are enabled by law of the federal government to operate in that dimension. So you must also understand the health and safety. You must understand the laws and regulations that guide the operations of that environment that you work in. It is essential that we do that. For example, if you are working in oil and gas, your requirements of law will be different from those of us that are working in hospitality industry. Is that correct? Okay, so it is for your responsibility if you are managing an oil and gas organization to find out what do I need to put in place. What information, what law will guide my operation within this industry. Are we together? If you are managing maybe an hospital, you must understand that it is not the same. You must find out which law guide my services in terms of health and safety in this particular environment that I am operating. Okay? So it is your responsibility as a facility manager to search and find out, to be able to function effectively within that organization. Next slide. Now, this is, we are This program is in partnership with Alison, and Alison is a United Kingdom-based organization. So that's why when you're going through your manual or your papers, you'll be seeing some things that has to do with UK. Okay? So that's why I just try to investigate it so that I will just jump past. Okay? Now, causes of accidents. This is exactly what we are looking at. We want to avoid accidents. We want to avoid disease. We want to avoid people getting sick. Okay? Now, what are those things that make people to have issues? Okay? Now, a policy has been established to manage our health and safety issue. But because money is involved, okay, there will be pressure from the management on areas of quality standard such that you will not have adequate funding as it is required to make sure that those things that you require to get done is actually achieved. Okay? Now, because of this, you will discover that there will be a drop in standard, and that can lead to a cause of accident. There might be no commitment to the issue of safety, both from the management, both from you as an operator, and those who will come in and out. There is no commitment level. Lack of interaction between workers and management can become an issue of a source of accident. Poor quality control is also a major factor. Knowledge and information. Those standards are there. Are we actually looking at them? Are we communicating them to those who work with us? Are we sharing this information with them so that they too can understand the importance of what health and safety is all about? If that understanding is not there, the way care will be given will not be adequate. Okay? Next slide. When we're talking about common places common workplace accidents, we are looking at Dr. Palawa was talking the other time. He manages National Hospital before his retirement, and like he was saying, he said there is a place within the hospital sector that they had to barricade because of the hazardous substances that are kept there. They are not substances that you can day to day. It is a specialized area. It is people that will enter into that environment. We have to even kids. I mean, isolate themselves in a way before they can have access to that particular environment. So those hazardous materials also account in some of our operational areas. We must also have that understanding and take adequate steps that we do not fall victim of this clause. Another area is the sleep. I mean, especially we have a cleaner coming in, he just finished mopping this environment, and the ground is wet. And you are just coming in, there is no notice that this ground is wet. You just come in with your slippery shoe on. Before you know it, you sleep, and if care is not taken, anything can happen. You see people who slept, put their heads on the concrete and became unconscious and something else. Little thing of such as sleep leads to hospitalization, and the ultimate end comes because of a simple sleep. We've seen people trying to change bulb, climb a height, they trip, and further. So we have seen these things are major consideration that we must take precautions while we are rendering our services as facility manager. We have another one that object falling from the top. It could be an injurious to whosoever is passing. We must be sure that we have objects hanging at a higher altitude. People working within that environment must be adequately protected. Those who work in maybe a machine-controlled environment, in moving objects, if care is not taken, you have seen a situation whereby an operator put a hands in by mistake, maybe fatigue or something, and the hands get stuck and became an amputee because of a little mistake. So these are common places, accident area within our work environment that we just touch. Now, doctor was talking about statistics the other time, and I was telling myself that statistics is one of the problems that we have. We do not document so much of this thing in our workplaces. If we cannot document even the carrying out of replacements of tap, changing siphons, looking at how much we spent on these particular facilities, we are not documenting those. Is it an accident that we now document? So it is important that we start documenting. Always take steps to mitigate accidents as a prevention is better than cure. We will see as we go on the need for us to start documenting and what kind of accidents in workplace we need to document. Next slide. This is talking about records now. I think this should be thorough records have to be kept on health and safety issues on our premises. Some of the records that we are looking at should be, there should be an accident book. There should be a book or a file, it depends on how you operate within your own environment. To document any accidents that occur. Risk assessment and action plan. There must be a document that addresses risk assessments and how do you mitigate in case it happens. You are being proactive. I like to refer to facility manager as a proactive professional. They always think before it happens. Like that guy was asked, what do you think is happening now? Most of the time, if you have a large volume of facilities, services you are handling, you will be totally sleeping, your mind will be going through what is happening and what are likely to happen tomorrow, what you need to do and what you need to fix. Okay? So that's proactive thinking about the job situation. So we need to document, have a document talking about risk assessment and action plans. Reportable, we must identify what are the reportable accidents. What are the reportable accidents? Okay? That because I slipped and fall does not make it a reportable accident. If anything injurious has not happened to me, you cannot document it. Okay? So, by and large, we must also look at those what is reportable as going on. Policy and processes related to health and safety, like we said, that should be the fundamental thing that is driving our operation, right? Okay, now the need for training, and our training should be recorded. Okay, and the kind of certification that comes with those training within that organization. I believe we come from different organizations. This training that we are undertaking right now, I think the organization should have a file for that. To say this particular person has undergone this particular training and this is the level of certification that has been recorded. So within that system, we must have first aid records. We must have the disabled lost time incident. But eventually, accident happens and we have to shut down. We must record the lost time from so period to so period. We have to shut down because of this accident that occurred. Next slide. Next slide. Now, talking about records. RECOR means reporting of injuries, diseases, and dangerous occurrences regulation. This is a UK regulation, which we are also trying to emulate, and it talks about which describes the requirement to formally report injury. This is the format that documents the kind of injury that you can record in the course of managing your facility. Okay, number one is an accident has caused an injury, not by pre-existing illness. Okay, what it means is this: somebody came to work and he suffered an injury, not because probably he came from home with that an eating illness. Okay, so what he's suffering right now is work related, not that he brought in an illness from home. So he is not suffering from anything that is injurious to his health, but he came to work and he suffered this injury, and that has to be recorded. We must also record any accident that is work related. Maybe your electrician is fixing something at a higher altitude and he fell and he broke his arm. Okay, that is work related. It has to be documented, and you need to put it on record. Now, the third one is the injury is reportable. Now, when we are talking about reportable, it has about 4 items that we must look at. You know, I told you, I said earlier on that if I slipped, maybe somebody just finished mopping his place, I slipped and then I break my arm. That is reported because it's an injury because of what happened at workplace. Okay? But if I slipped and by chance I just get up, nothing happened, like also that we don't need to record that. So the injury that is reportable are listed as follows. 1, death of any person that somebody has occurred is critical. It has to be reported. Okay? Number 2, specified injury to worker. That phrase is wrong. A worker has been injured. An injury has occurred. Okay, so we need whosoever has suffered that injury must be documented. The injury must be documented. The event that led to that occurrence also must be recorded. Injury to worker resulting in incapacitation. God forbid, we have some people who goes to work and then they ran their hands into a machine and they lost their hands. That's an incapacitation. If you break your leg, I mean, you have a swollen leg, it can be bandaged, come back to work the following day. I mean, everything looks normal. Maybe in the next week. Okay? That also should be recorded, but not at this level. Now, so when you talk about incapacitation, you are rendered useless. You cannot function normally, optimally, the way you ought to. So it is important that also has to be documented. Injury to non-worker requiring hospital attention. Maybe it's a visitor that comes into that facility. A visitor coming into your facility and they suffer an injury of any kind, resulting that you have to visit an hospital, that must also be documented. Next slide. Prevention of accident through proper planning and implementation. Go to the next slide. Let's see some of them. Okay, go back. So, all these things that we are saying is to to remind ourselves that accident is real and it can happen. Is that okay? Accident is real and it can happen. So, how do we now take steps to prevent accidents? Number one, we look at risk assessments. Like I said earlier, we work in different organizations. You need to carry out and evaluate the work situation within your environment. What are the risks involved in the work that you carry out? What risks are involved in the work that you even assign to your subordinates? Most of the time, we don't do the job first time, but we give the job. We assign jobs to some of our junior colleagues to perform. What are the risks involved? We need to have full understanding about this. This is the risk assessment. The number two is the training. The number 3 is appropriate usage of PPE equipment. Next slide, so that we can look at that risk assessment. A risk assessment is the process of carefully considering which specific factor within a given situation have the potentials to be hazardous or cause harms to individuals who are exposed to them. Identification of the key risk relates to a process or a situation allow the individual concerns to draw up an action plan to prevent or mitigate this risk, hopefully lead to a safer work environment. I think I've explained this. It's just more definition on what a risk assessment is all about. Next slide. Areas for risk assessment. The areas include those working with in a noisy environment or in a vibration environment. Those working at height, you need to take consideration. If you are working in a noisy environment, the way you communicate to those at the other hand, you need to define it. By the time there is a noise coming up and you are shouting, trying to get attention, or you are communicating instruction, that instruction will be distorted. It will not get to where it ought to. So this is a risk environment. Those working on height, the same thing. Communication is key. Okay, giving instructions might be a kind of trouble if proper gadget is not used. Now, another area is when the work environment requires you to carry or lift heavy weight. Okay, maybe you want to shift one machine from one hand to the other. Are we using manual method, or we are applying a machine? If we are now saying we have the power, okay, well, Mr. Smart, come carry this thing, and at the end of the day, somebody break his backbone. So an issue has occurred. So how do we handle our equipment, our materials? It's very, very key to this. Working in a controlled and hazardous environment, we have mentioned that earlier. And people who are sick and returning back to work, or a pregnant woman that delivered and returning back to work, the stress level, the work you do, coming back to work, must not induce stress and cause a further injury on your personality. So we must take care of those information and then try to put in measures to mitigate all those factors. Next slide. Next slide. We need to decide who the hazard could be. We've talked about it. It's just explanation. Next slide. Documentation is about the key record keeping that we have spoken about too. Just further talking about this. Continuous review and update your risk assessment as required. Should not be considered as a complete document and instead should be revisited, reviewed, and when things change in relation to given situation. That is talking about our risk assessments. Most of the time, it's not a static document. From time to time, we review it. Our standard operation practice, are we evolving it? Are we changing? Or are we directing it? Are we evolving or benchmarking our operations to other people and see how they do it better? And that also will require us to look at how our standard, our risk assessment and mitigating factors are going to be affected. Next slide. So the areas of training is very, very important. To get it right, no worker within the sector should be employed to do a certain thing without adequate training, especially those who are doing work that are very sensitive and hazardous. Okay, those who are handling equipment, we must give them adequate training before we deploy them. Are we together? So, because that is one of the areas of creating injury, causing accident. Sending somebody is like sending a soldier to war without giving him training of how to cock or how to strip and clean his bullet, his gun. So training is very important. Giving workers the skill and knowledge that they need to carry out their job effectively and safely is critical to the creation of a safe and secure workplace. A well-trained staff are less likely to be involved in accidents at work. I believe we can all relate to that. Okay, next slide. Next slide. Next slide. So, good training, what does it do for us? It gives, no, go back. Training should be regular. Knowledge and skill needs to be regularly updated. Training necessary in handling new required equipment. And this training includes fire safety training and drills necessary for all staff. Okay? Now, in my own organization, there is what we call fire drill. Whether you are a chief executive, you must go through it. It's once in a quarter. Once in a quarter. Everybody from the top to the bottom, you must know how and what to do in case there is a fire. So there must be an adequate fire safety training and drills necessary for all staff. You must know, you must undergo training on how to handle those hazardous materials. Even though those places are condoned off, those substances are not going to be there for life. Those who is going to enter into that place to retrieve or use those equipment or facilities, we must be trained on how best to handle those substances without creating an injury to themselves or to the neighborhood or to the environment. And of course, training for computers users, training for emergencies. Most of the time, we don't consider there could be any emergency. When we are talking about emergency, if there is any fire disaster now, what do we do? If this business is about to collapse, what do we do? So all those emergencies, we need to train ourselves on what are the procedures, where do we have our fire kits, where our extinguishers are. Those maybe you have a generator or power plant somewhere where the location of the plant is the fire extinguishers. Are they loaded? Are they worn out? or are they still active, or they have expired? So we need to train on all our handlers, all our staffs, not just ourselves. We must have full information about them. Next slide. Next slide. So the next one is the importance of personal protective equipment. I believe we know that it is very important as a mitigating an aid for us to protect ourselves from hazard. Okay, so many hazards have been identified. You need to protect your body. You wear a long. You see most of our staff. Often you see them wearing overall, and it's for a purpose to protect them. Eye protection is there. We use our goggle to protect our eyes from injury. The hearing protections, your foot, your head gear, and hand gloves. So all these are things that we can use. Most of the time when we are in a work environment that needed such things to be done. Okay? Next slide. We spoke about fire emergencies procedure. During your training, this will have to be given adequate attention. Why you need to sound the alarm in an event of fire, somebody discovering fire. There is a need. Maybe it's along the corridor. We pray the alarm will be somewhere placed conspicuously enough for anybody to locate. We need to know and train ourselves on what to do. Do not place yourself at any risk of injury. Inform your supervisor immediately. Call fire services. These are emergency procedure in case of fire. Okay, this information must be at the fingertips of all our staffs. Vacate this work area, report to the assembly point. Do not return to work until there is a clearance from the fire people. Okay, next slide. Safety rules. This is general to everybody, which must be adhered to, from the management to the operators. You know, learn the safe way to do your job before you start. You must learn the safest route for us to take when we are handling our job. So it is very important, and that is reinforce the need for training. That's the learning that is required. Take safety, act safely at all times, obey safety rules and regulations, wear proper clothing and protective equipment, conduct yourself properly at all times, operate only the equipment that you are authorized to use. Okay? The fact that I know how to operate this machine is different from is the machine assigned to me to use, because that will make you liable. You will be on your own. Is that correct? At the end of the day, if anything happens, you will be on your own. Okay? So let's take note of some of these tips. Inspect tools and equipment for safe conditions. Advise your superior properly or for safe conditions or practices. Report any injury. Support your safety programs. Most especially, there is something that is missing here. There is what we call safety meetings. Safety meetings. In my place, like I said, we stagger it. If we do the fire drill this last 3 months, in another 3 months, we do safety meetings. Some of these record and reportings that we are talking about will be discussed. In this, there will be a review of the last 3 months. Do we have any accident? Do we have? Because some of these accidents might occur, but they are not major, such that the management will not be needed to react to them. But when we have this kind of a meeting, we will be able to take advantage of what the management will do. And this is where the need for a safety manager also comes into play in a large conglomerate. Okay, next slide. I think that is enough. Definitely, yes. How do we mitigate some of these factors? We have signages that can also help us in our work environment to give signal to some individuals within the environment to say, okay, this place we have gas here, highly flammable. So if you see that sign, it is not time to light your cigarette. Are we correct? So you need to walk past to find out that this is not a safe environment to do my SSs. Okay? Now, the first aid box, this is the location. In case if there is anything, you know where to go to get help. Okay? So, the other one is talking about fire extinguishers where, in case of fire outlet, you discover. And most of the time, it's not everybody that can handle this. There are some specific individuals that will be trained to handle this kind of equipment when the need arises before the firefighter comes into play. Okay? Then when you see stop, then it means something is ahead that needs to take a caution. Now, I was talking about the slippery floor. When you see that sign, slippery wet, I want to come in here and I see that sign outside. I will have to take precaution and tiptoe to get my way to wherever I'm going. And the other one is using headgear, toxic hazards. Okay, so these are signs also help to send signal to us that this environment you are entering, you need to take this precaution. Okay, next slide. Economics. Now, this is one of the areas that health and safety, facility management take care of people. Take care of people that works within the system. Okay? Now, the spaceman, I want to react to any paper. The space management also has to have a mind of how convenient work procedure will be such that it will aid the operational flow and it will also limit the hassles of the people getting their job done. I hope I'm correct, sir. So economics take care of that. Is an interaction between man activities and components. Because in workplaces we work with components. Okay? The chair you sit on, sir, at your workplace, is it helping you to perform better or is it creating an injury for you? Okay? Now, as a facility manager, when you are procuring for an officer, you should understand the kind of work he does. How long does he sit on this chair? Is he a mobile? You'll be a mobile person. You might not need an ergonomic chair. But somebody who has to sit a longer hour, in consideration his furniture, you must think about his health and his well-being. Is that correct? Okay, so we are looking at the physical, the cognitive, and the organization. This is talking about those you have a repetitive task. Your postural adoption and handling of loads are under the physical hand. Okay? So you must be able to know what does this guy does, what does he do, how long the work environment, how best can we mitigate this guy from getting sick. I hope I'm clear. Do we understand that? Okay, so can we also think of any other thing in our workplace that we know that if we consider woman need, in time when we are looking at this physical economic aspect, what can we do to, I've just given about the chair. What other example can we give if we have a contribution from the floor. For example, another example is the secretary. You are always on the system, okay? Maybe you spend 8 hours staring at screen. There is no way you handle that high issue. As a management, as a facility manager, how do we help? By making provisions for facilities that will help aid that officer from working in an environment that will not be injurious or creating injury to those individuals. So those are what economics is talking about, so that we develop systems that allow people to work in conditions optimal, efficient, and safety and comfort. Okay, next slide. Next slide. So this will go a long way in mitigating and prevention of accidents and e-health related incidents and diseases in our workplace. So with this little submission, I want to rest my case. If there is any, unfortunately, doctor is not here. But if there is any questions, we will take it there from. Thank you very much for this.
May I add my voice that as facilities managers or whoever we are, safety should be our watchword. No job is slogan in the oil and gas industry that no job is too urgent for safety to be compromised.
Yes. Okay. Many company profile, when you see their policy statement, that statement is very key. Okay, sir.
Thank you very much. Our speaker, please, can we give him another round of applause? I think he has really dwelled on a lot of things. And in the area of facility management, there are just two things that I want to add. The issue of safety and what is recorded is relative to the industry. You know, as facility managers, we provide support services to different clients. And when it comes to FM, what FM is to the bank is not what FM is to Nestle, right? Because, right, and it's not what FM is to maybe Adron homes. So, because the concept of FM is that I just want to focus on my core competence. Every other thing, FM should take care of it. So when it comes to the issue of health and safety and what is recorded, for example, I had the opportunity of working for Shell, Total and Slum BJ. And you realize that near miss, because it's very, very important that we capture that. Near miss is a very, very serious issue that has to be reported and recorded, because there are actually targets as to the number of near miss that is the threshold. Because when you have it near to accident, near to, the next time the accident will happen. You understand? So near miss are very, very serious HSC issues that has to be reported and recorded. Then also we have what we call unsafe condition, right? The moment an unsafe condition is spotted, it has to be reported and recorded, because oftentimes these things are a product of one vendor working on your site or the other. You know, I was to inspect a site and they are doing construction. The contractor had scaffold running about maybe 12 meters high, and there are no cordoning, there are no, you know, there is this net. You understand? I said this site is not safe, I can't inspect, because the smallest object falling from that height, no matter how small, you might not be lucky, you might have hazards, you might be unlucky that it's not landing on your head, maybe out of your shoulder. We've seen instances, other screwdriver, it just goes in. So all those are, that's what we call unsafe condition. You understand? It has to be, because as facility manager you should pick it. I was once on an audit and I saw that a window, a projected window on about maybe the 9th floor had, in fact, one of the hinges had dislocated, so the window was already like this. In fact, it was just by chance that my eye just went up. That is unsafe condition. It's not yet an accident. You understand? It's an unsafe condition. Now I keep telling the story and the something. I've only done like 6 months in office. All the glasses on our classrooms that are on the 2nd floor, we are changing them to plastic. My name is even confused. It's like, you will not be something here. You understand? Because these are projected windows. Those students can push the glass and the glass pops off of the frame and it's coming down. Because we had it 2 years ago. Some of you must have had it in the news. One of our first class, electric cable fell on the girl and she died immediately. First class, year 4. How do you explain that? Those are unsafe conditions. It's not, that the accident has not happened. What can bring about accidents? They are unsafe conditions, and that's why when you see some places, you will see cables passing through where people are walking through. Under that cable there is nets. That if it is falling, something is hanging it there. You understand? Because you know there is an unsafe condition is captured. Yes. Then the point of ergonomics, you know, as facility managers, you are an engineer, you are a builder, you are a realtor, you are everything. Ergonomics is engineering. You have to design for it. It's not a mistake that our dashboards are where they are. You understand? The concept of ergonomics is that how often, we call it frequency, how often do you interact with something, and how long do you have that interaction. So the product will tell you the importance of that thing. Then that has to be positioned very close to you or far away from you relative to that value. Is a product. You know, and that's why the story again, I came into the University of Lagos, they gave me something like this to sit, as my chair to work. So I said, bro, sorry, I can't use this chair. So I went to sample, I bought the chair for myself. So when I bought the chair, I put it in my office. One of the professors came to see me, he said, well, welcome, this and that. The next thing I had was that, you make away. Chair to Lord again with the devil cow. Because they believe that you must suffer to be able to read. You understand? And then I was coming from a place where if you are not comfortable, you can't do anything. So the adjustment of our chairs are for a particular purpose. So the height where your chair should be is relative to what you want to do. In fact, my own chair is not stagnant. At some point, if I want to read, there is a level I put my chair. If I want to type, there is a level I put my chair. So I must do those days. The professor said it's chair baba. So chair baba is economic chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Or near miss and a window falling off the air. There is a particular one I witnessed. It's not a projected window, it's a sliding window. But this window is on the 2nd floor and it has left its track. I think it was going to rain and the wind started breezing. And before you know it, the wind took this pane and then flew through the car park. Unfortunately, let's say fortunately, it met nobody, but it landed on the car. So it wasn't an injury to man, it's an injury to the car. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please, we can do more. I'm beginning to have this euphoria that by the time we're all setting out of this hall, by Friday, we'll begin to reflect on ourselves and ask ourselves that did I actually left here the same way I came, or I left here better than the way I came in. And I know by now we begin to assess ourselves and see that yes, what I paid for this is not a wasted amount. And even the time that we have spent there is not wasted. And I would like to recap what our facilitator just said, that there is a common saying it's usually said by some of those safety officers, it saves safety first. So while you're trying to save someone as well, you also need to be saved, because by the time you are attempting to save someone, you can also be hurt. So it's important you consider safety while you're also considering other safety. So in all, safety is very, very important for us as a facility manager. Thank you so much for the well-delivered paper. Please, can you help me confirm whether Bida Itene is online? While we have this paper, the next resource person will be taking us virtually, and I want to ensure that it's online so that we can put him on. Bida Itene. Moses Itene, yes. It's on Yes. Can you make him money?
Alright, so you can share slides on whether it's there's going to be an issue and teachers like so I'll drop this slides and chat out so those of the journalists can also the session I'll see the slides business, indirectly and directly, we are responsible for ensuring solvency of the business because facilities cost West African OPEX from a major cost item on the books of organizations the world over. Just a couple of weeks ago, one of the largest telecommunication companies in the country, MTN Nigeria, recorded with a massive loss of over 740 billion naira. One of the components of this loss is infrastructure lease, infrastructure cost leases the priced some of these leases and infrastructure costs to the government, which has resulted in losing $100 million in FX, the interest cost. So look at the things that you want to ask yourself, how does this concern with facility management? But if you take a deep dive on the component of the costs that businesses face to consider the fact that FM cost is a huge cost, and the ability for us, our ability to manage costs, whether we serve, is going to determine if we're going to be successful facility managers or we're going to be regarded as low cost centers. That's why it's important as facility managers that we're able to manage cost through the implementation of effective budget management systems. Alright, so I am here without strategizing for a budget, total cost of ownership can increase exponentially, resulting in a failure as a strategic facility manager. Keyword, two keywords. Total cost of ownership and strategic facility manager. I want us to move from being just mere facility managers to thinking strategically. A strategic facility manager is a facility manager that is seen as a strategic partner to a business. We're able to advise management of a business on how they can manage their costs and manage their facilities and their infrastructure to get the best use from their investment, because the natural says whatever capex you're taking on as a passenger is a financial investment. So your ability to be able to define and manage a budget is going to impact majorly if you are seen as a strategic facility manager. So we go on. So what is a budget? A budget is a formal quantitative expression of how an organization expects to operate for a defined period of time. It defines the resources and commitments needed to satisfy the identified goals over a period. Yeah, so there's a defined period. Mostly, you discover in facility management, some of our budgets runs in lockstep with the financial year period of the organizations we serve. If you're in the corporate world, you discover that, for example, the financial year runs from January to February. January to December. So we are required to download our so you need to be responsible. So you're required to budget in advance for the year January to December. So that we're saying we're quantitatively expressing how we want your organization or how we want your organization to operate in a defined period of time. Organization in this sense will be you defining how you want your facilities and facilities team to operate within the larger organization in the current or in the proposed financial year. So key considerations for budget preparation. You need to consider the current asset condition, because for example, a generator that is at end of life does not make sense if you keep maintaining a generator that is end of life. You discover that the total cost of owning a generator increases exponentially over a period of time. It's going to make more sense if you're going to advise the company instead of replacing damaged parts. Maintaining successful generator weekly or monthly is going to save serious costs in maintenance generator. Even if you are to assist to the request, it makes it facility manager successful to advise management. Wherever you are, may not have a technical insight on how. Yes, that's why they are employing and facility managers to be able to give them that insight. So secondly, you have to be proactive. You have to proactively determine costs, especially hidden costs. Then you have to also factor current and future asset portfolio. You have to analyze spend from recent years. And you have to be detail-oriented, factor in all costs. You have to prioritize business savings. You have to develop a backup for maintaining assets. Then you also have to separate planned versus unplanned expenses. All of these key considerations are just to help you as a facility manager in preparing your budget. At the end of this class, we'll do a quick case study, look at what a budget looks like and how we can appraise balance and manage our budget at the end of the financial year. Then what are the benefits of proper budgeting and budget management? One, it improves communication and coordination. It influences management to plan. It provides a basis for performance evaluation. It allows for fine-tuning the strategic plan, and it helps measuring your results and measuring your performance at the end of the financial year. It will help you if you've set goals. In fact, I have a scenario whilst working in the bank. The facility team were called up to defend their contribution to business. We're called up to show how we've helped the bank save money. How can you show that if you don't have an appraisal of what you budgeted for example, for the last FY versus what you've done? That appraisal can help show you if you've gone above budget, or if you want to manage your budget efficiently, then you can prove to whoever you are trying to put yourself to that you've actually helped them save costs using this budget appraisal. When we move on, those are benefits of budgeting. Then we look at the components of the budget. The budget has two components. The budget has two sides to it. There is an operational side of the budget and there's a capital side of the budget. The operational side of the budget, the operational part of the budget captures the day-to-day maintenance expenses in the budget. It's the operational budget that captures all the costs of running your facility from day to day. It's also considered as current investments to be written off in the same way it occurred. So all that is captured within your operational budget, also known as OPEX budget, OPEX, that's OPEX budget, is all that you need within the year to run your facility day-to-day within the year, cost of which is going to be written off within that same year. This is as against the capital budget or CAPEX budget, which is amortized over a period of time. For example, you plan to purchase a generator in 2024. If you're budgeting for this generator in 2024, and you pay your budget in 2023, towards the end of 2023, you're going to capture this new capital investment, which is the purchase of generator, as a capital expense, right? And this capital expense is not treated, the cost, to be fair, is not treated in over 1 year. It's amortized over a period of time, depending on how the company or the organization you work for manages its books. Then, still on the same generator example, if you're going to be managing your generator every 250 hours, that cost to you of maintaining that generator every 250 hours is an operational expense, which is going to be captured under your operational budget. It's just to help us understand the difference between your OPEX and your CAPEX budget. So we're going to look at another aspect of the budget, which is your fixed and variable costs. Because remember I mentioned that your budget is a quantitative expression of your plan. Yeah. So quantifying what your budget is, what your budget is for a particular FY, we have a fixed cost and we have a variable cost. The fixed cost remained or changed in total for a given time period. Your fixed cost includes your recurring cost. Examples include your PM activity, which is your planned maintenance activities. We can connect this to the example I gave on your generator. The fixed costs in this case will be, for example, the cost of maintaining a generator every 250 hours, the cost of the oil you buy, the cost of the manpower to maintain a generator. That's going to capture as a fixed cost, but as a planned maintenance activity. When you variable cost, it changes over a proportion of, it changes in proportion to changes, so it changes in total related to the level of total activity. When it increases or decreases year on year, an example is unplanned or reactive activities. For example, those activities you don't plan for, right? For example, electrical cost on electrical consumables. For example, once you want to budget for it in the coming FY, but you cannot determine how much you need exactly because you might end up needing more or needing less of your electrical consumables. Even though yes, instructor data can tell you what you might need, but you cannot estimate the cost because other factors can impact your total cost. So these are captured within the cost, but you cannot tell the exact amount. It goes up and down. You cannot project exactly the particular sum which will not change within the period of time. Even though yes, allowances are made in the budget for this kind of item. Alright. I don't know. We'll have questions at the end of the session, so let's go on. So I touched also on the guides to developing budget assumptions. What assumptions do you use to develop your budget? One, use historical data. Yes, if you are a new facility manager, you need to go and look at the books bank of historical records of how much the previous person Nigeria had spent on maintaining that building. For example, you look at key or major supplier inputs, look at current prices of, for example, consumables and the likes, that will help you in budgeting. You look at macroeconomic data, look at the level macroeconomics, when you look at macroeconomics, for example, inflation. So, take this as an example, the first part of this macroeconomic data and its impact on budget preparation. I don't know if anyone here was involved in preparing budget for FY24, you'll be able to foresee the rise and fall in the exchange rates. You'll be able to make some proper assumptions and make allowances for this rise and fall. You know, that's why it's important to, as a facility manager, you're not just a technical person. You are just like someone said in the training earlier, you are expected to know all, you'll be a jack of all trades and a master of all. You understand? You need to have the knowledge, the business of financing to help you be a successful facility manager. So look at, for example, if we had prepared a budget, we are assuming that inflation is going to be at 25%, but then we have inflation at 13%. You know, it's not your fault, but it's expected that we might have made some a bit of a constitution, make some allowance for this, you know, because it is quite difficult explaining to some people or to management in some cases that what you budget for might not cater for you for the year and you need extra budgetary approval. I don't know if anyone here has gone through the process of getting an extra budgetary approval. We know how peculiar tax the upper bill. It's very factual, it's not easy. So as a facility manager, you might need to be able to forecast, you might need to be able to plan ahead, you might need to be able to, you know, see things that are not yet real, you know, so you can successfully manage your facility and the people you work with. So very quickly we look at some budgeting methods. What methods do you use to budget for your facilities? What method do you use to budget? I looked at three. I looked at the incremental budgeting method, I looked at the zero-based budgeting method and the continuous budgeting method. Because of time, I'll just touch on them basically. The incremental budgeting method looks at historical data. That is, we look at the data from the previous FY, then extrapolate into the next FY. That should be the plus or minus. Either you are anticipating that prices are going to go up or anticipating that prices are going to come down. I don't know if there's anything in this country that goes up and comes down, especially in the construction industry or the facilities industry. I don't know, but you might know one or two things that if prices come, if for example the FX rate come down, the price will come down. That's up to you. So you look at the previous year's FY, then make percentage additions or deductions based on the forecast for the coming year. In zero-based budgeting, is more technical. It looks at the continuous existence of items which must be justified both financially and operationally. For example, the example of the generator I gave earlier, you as using the zero-based budgeting, that means you want to start your budget, you want to look at historical data, but determine if each infrastructure is worth taking on into the next FY. This particular budgeting method is what is predominantly used in the telecommunication industry. For example, you have generators that are run 24 hours, 7 days a week, in quotes, or you have batteries that work 24 hours, 7 days a week, in quotes. You as a facility manager is supposed to know the effective lifespan of each of these generators and advise if it's the company or organization, wherever you are, if it's going to make sense to maintain this asset, this generator in the books of the firm, or to take it off while budgeting for the next FY is entirely up to you. But basically, from experience, I've discovered that depending on the industry, the incremental budgeting system is most predominantly used, but like I mentioned, in telecoms, the zero-based budgeting seems to be Good. Then another is the continuous budgeting, which rolls forward from month to month. And if you're not budgeting in advance, you are budgeting in advance for a year, you are budgeting in locksteps, for example, monthly or quarterly. You want that to flow before you budget for the next month. Alright, so that's it about the budgeting, continuous budgeting method. Then how do you prepare? What steps does it need to prepare your budget? We look at the several types. So we would consider 4 steps, 4 key steps in managing your budget. The preparation, using the correct budget assumption, which I mentioned earlier. We look at implementation after necessary approvals. Then control, we control budgetary control through checks and balances, then cost efficiency methods. The monitoring and control, which will involve an analysis, for example, variance analysis, which we'll look at during the course of this class. Then you determine if you want to do use analysis or do a monitoring and evaluation. There's a performance monitoring every month, quarterly, or annually. Alright, so enough of the information of that. Let's look at our case studies. So I will move us to look at the proposed 7 PM consistency budget, which was prepared in conjunction with the NIBIFM. I don't know if I can project it now. The technical team will be able to solve, technical team will not be able to solve the change. Alright, okay, I have a message here saying, please go on with this presentation. The slide is being shared at the demo as to present. Alright. Alright, so can we pull up the budget, the proposed budget? So look through what the budget, the facilities budget look like. For the benefit of those online, I'm going to post this on the chat box so we can also run through. Is there any confirmation that you have access to the FM budget proposal? Or is it for this case study? And the technical team confirmed to me. Alright, so I can see it's currently being presented. Alright, so we'll start from the top. Let's start from the top. Alright, so here's an example of the proposed budget, which was developed for the CIP, Kenya, and Alison. So you see that the first line item, look at 1.1. So our approach to the service charge computation recognizes 2 main service charge components. According to the use of the service charge is because it was a proposal for FM services, is why we prepare this budget. So you can disregard that. The planned maintenance service, which is fixed, maybe I mentioned that earlier, and unplanned maintenance service, which is the variable costs. Yeah. So let's look at this now. So the first schedule, which is 1.2.1, captures the fixed aspects of our FM services project. This is where your facilities condition assessment comes into play. Yeah. So there's something that you need to be able to do as a facility manager. You need to be able to conduct a facility condition assessment and prepare a facility condition assessment report. This assessment and report is going to determine what is going to be captured on your budget. We are going to budget for the next financial year. So all you've seen budgeted for a year will be determined not from a template. This is not a template. Please let's note that. What you're seeing on your screen now is not a template, but is dependent. The content of this template is dependent on the result of your facility condition assessment. right? We need to physically visit the sites before we can determine what you are going to budget for while preparing your budget. Yeah. So we discovered that so you can see if you didn't visit the site, you know determine that you are currently at 79 units which you need to maintain your budget accordingly for that 79 units. But if you visit your site, you can do an asset count and have an asset register. An asset register can also help you with this, but the know your asset register, you also need to physically see the condition of these assets on site and the current count, because what usually happens in some cases is that if you have an assets register, it's not live. That what does that mean? That means that it's not correct. You don't have all that you have in asset register on site. You might have managed one issue during the year, and the facility did not update the asset register. So it's important that even while you're working with your asset register, you also physically visit the site and do the physical count. Because you can see, we budgeted the sums. Picture of manpower, can see what's the component of this manpower, the one facilitator, two plumbers, the electricians. Also, this is determined by the size of the facility and the facility condition report. So the sums you see here are based on the assumptions which we have mentioned earlier. Make sure you are correctly pricing for items. Yes, you are going to mark up. In some contracts, you have the allowance to either mark up each of those items or include a price book which will state the actual price of the material. Then at the end of it, add a management fee to your price book, right? I don't know if that's clear, but we don't have time to delve into deeper details on that. So we have people 29 units air conditioners, refuse bin. The same is the production of mammoth bins and the removal of the waste, common area cleaning, which will cater for your manpower and consumables. Also important that you use the correct budgeting assumption to budget for this. Then your gardener, your fumigation, depending on the frequency, because you can see here it's stated because some is for quarterly fumigation. That's important. It's important to state that. But it is important to know that. So you know, for example, that this 2,772,000 is the total sum which you divide by 4 to determine the quarterly amount. Why this thing is important is so you will know how much you're expecting. For example, there are contracts that define payment period. Some will pay you monthly, some will pay you quarterly, some will pay you yearly in advance, even though that is not very common, right? It's more common that you receive payment that companies want to pay you monthly. We have the water tank, washing, fire hydrants, transformers, CCTV, understand. Basically, all that's captured here is all the assets on site. It's important that I state that. This is not a template. It's important that as a facility manager, you know your assets on site, you know the condition, and budget correctly for that. Then the second part of the budget, the 1.3.1, captures the collective maintenance part. So this is the daily part of the contract. This is the part that cannot be, that changes, cannot be fully ascertained at the start, at the point of budgeting. And so this electrical is with 1,629,000. This sum can either go up or down. This sum is a sum that covers consumables and labor, for example, for emergency repair works. It's not that there for emergency repair works, but they're trying to be proactive. Yes, there might be a surge that will damage our fittings, our light fittings. So we need to budget for repair works that will be needed to replace our light fittings. That's what this part of the budget captures. So that's it. That's it on it. This gives us an idea of what an different budget can entail. So we'll move on to the next one, which is our budget appraisal, which is important at the end of each FY, that we appraise ourselves as facility managers, we tell ourselves the truth, whether we have saved costs or not. I'm going to share my screen. I don't know if I can be helped. I don't know if I can be helped. I don't know if the technical team have access to these documents. I don't know if you can speak. Do you have access to the appraisal sheet? So I want to speaking. I need to share the chat box too. I'm going to share the chat box too, so you can have a look at it. So this is also like, it's not a template. So when speaking, I don't know, someone needs to monitor this. Please make yourself be honest speaking, please. So there's somebody who is unmuted. There's causing a lot of interruption. Okay, that is techno P905. Techno P905. Please mute yourself, please. I don't know his name, but I don't can you mute him, please? Okay, muted. Someone is speaking. Techno P904. Please mute yourself. Case to tell why you have exceeded your budget. Alright, so the budget appraisal analysis is basically a computation. You can use whichever tool. I use Excel spreadsheet to prepare my analysis. It basically compares each budget line item. So just like you've seen in the Word document I just shared, each line item is put actual against budget. You understand? So you have the actual for each line item versus the budget, and you calculate your variance. Right? So your variance will tell you what percentage of which you are surplus. If you are surplus, that means you have saved costs, or if you are in deficit, that means you have overshoot your budget. So this document can actually help you. I don't know, for a lot of time I will not need to wait for the technical team to do this up. So just move on. Share the documents, and that can be shared, picked up later from the administrators. Alright, do we have questions? Let's do questions. Any questions on any area that's you want to know clarification on, please. Can we allow 2 minutes for us? If we are online, can you unmute yourself and speak, please? Ask your questions. close physically with us, you can unmute us and speak. Alright, so Tomope is asking, okay, what document you want together? Alright, no, so the administrators will share the document with you so you can have access to it. Alright, any other questions? In the house, I don't know. Physically, do we have questions? So we move on. So we have the other presentation on business continuity planning. Alright, I believe we can share the other part of the presentation. BCP. Yeah, so BCP is another very interesting subject. I'll now ask people in spite of speaking on what is being presented and all of that, and not having anyone ask questions or make comments. Then we'll just go ahead. Alright. It's good job. Any confirmation, please? Can I proceed in a second? Let's get into that. So CCP, this was very interesting. I think a common course make outside to be able to physically take this class because sessions virtually virtual sessions successful process working in rapid if we could have a back and forth and a feedback because topics are practical and to get to show results and ask questions and comments and share insights and questions from each other. Alright, so the first slide. Yeah, actually, a big question. Why business continuity planning? Why is BCP? Because for me, business continuity planning. Right, so let's get that right. So why BCP? Alright, so I'd like to draw back your attention to what happened during the COVID-19 and NSAS period. And I asked the question here, what did those two periods, the COVID-19 period and NSAS period, what do they have in common? What was common between those two periods? I'm going to mention one. I don't know if somebody can drop a point in the chat box. If you know something that happened, what this period has in common, just drop in the chat box, I will see it and I'll read it. So one thing these periods have in common was we felt that it was sudden. It was sudden, and if there was no plan in place, there was going to be business disruption. There was nationwide, worldwide disruption. And this period, not just disruption for that period, we are still experiencing the disruption that happened during the COVID-19 pandemic and the NSAS period in Nigeria up until today. A lot of things have changed about how we do business, about how we manage our facilities, and how we work generally. Before pre-COVID, no one believed in working remotely, but today even bankers work remotely. They manage your funds remotely. Doctors are also performing surgeries remotely. They're using information technology. So that's what is common about this period. Yet the disruption it brought to the world. Oh, I also commented on it. Okay. The disruption it brought to the world. Yeah. So I asked another question. How did this period impact your household unit? Well, this is supposed to get. I'm supposed to have a back and forth on this. We're supposed to share how we managed this period, but we'll just proceed from there. Then consider how to now. Just take 1 minute to think about it. How 2020, how your family. So consider this on a larger scale. How is it how you do what you do, where you work, whether you're in government, whether you're in private sector, whether you're a consultant, whether you're a contractor, how this period has impacted you. The basic reason why I'm having us consider all of this is just for us to see the light and see the fact that yes, BCP is a mission critical topic for discussion for every facility manager who knows what they're doing and who is a strategic partner where they work. Alright, so move on to the next slide, which is supposed to be a case study. Alright, so I did a case study of how we at First Bank, when I was in the bank as a facility manager, how we managed our BCP during the COVID-19 era. That's what I'd like to share. I've shared this with the administrators, Sir David. I don't know if we can present and let's have a look at, let's run through it very quickly. This is the chat box. Those online, sorry, this is supposed to be shared with you, so we'll go through this together and learn one or two things. So I'll just run through it quickly. I shared this with Philip. I don't know if he has access to it. I can share it with the whole of the house. Okay, we are actually alright. Okay. Alright. So Philip, can you share the case study? Oh, awesome. Alright, I've been shared. Oh, awesome. Alright. Okay, very quickly. Alright, so introduction. Business continuity planning, a case study of FBN Bank's response to COVID-19. Introduction. As the COVID-19 pandemic swept across Nigeria, First Bank faced an unprecedented test of its resilience. With a long history of serving the nation's financial needs, the bank's leadership knew that maintaining business continuity was crucial to supporting customers, employees, and the broader economy. So what was the challenge here? Suddenly, in March 2020, the Nigerian government imposed a nationwide lockdown, forcing businesses to adapt or shut down. FBN Bank Nigeria's management team sprang into action, activating its BCP to ensure the bank's operations remained stable and secure. Technically, representing the wrong team is the BCP I'm talking about, not this appraisal. We've done this appraisal. Alright, so how did the bank respond? Firstly, they had the BCP already, which is critical. Ask yourself this question: do you have a business continuity plan for what you do, for the firm you manage? Right? If you're a facility manager, an aspiring facility manager, this is for you. If you're a facility manager, think about it. Do you have a business continuity plan? So what happened with COVID-19? Suddenly, the government decided to shut down the nation. No movement, no business, and the likes. How were you and I going to survive? When we discovered this period, it was a period where technology came to fore, and digital banking became a thing. USSD, apps, and the likes for new business. Right? This did not happen on the day they shut down. So the day they shut down business, but when there was a lockdown, it was already in the plan, the business continuity plan. So this tells us that business continuity planning is a strategic effort, it's an operational effort, because you need to plan continuously, monthly, yearly, as many weeks comes to fall. Weeks that you can imagine and weeks that you cannot imagine. That is how the business was able to weather that storm. So how did the bank respond to this? Firstly, the bank swung into action. There was swift activation of the crisis management team. The CMT team is a team, it's like an emergency response team, which is planned ahead of time. Is anyone speaking? Alright. The CMT team is an emergency response team consisting of management level staff members, including the facility management team. Very critical. Right? Back then in that environment, we had a facility management team that was as large as 50 people managing different aspects of facility. consider that the financial institution has one of the largest physical footprint in the country, with over about 700 branches in the country. You need people around the clock. I was managing branches in Lagos and Ibadan. So that period, we were part of the crisis management team. We needed to ensure that the bank kept running and did not shut down, same as other banks did. So we stood the crisis management team, which came live. This team was not selected on the day of the lockdown, but was already like basically planned. That's why it's important to plan ahead of time. So we activated our remote working, we ensured branch resilience, digital channel boosts, employee welfare, and the outcome that same year we recorded the profit after tax of about 79 billion, which was an 8.02% rise from the previous year. How we going to manage this when for the latter part of the year the business was shut down was because we had the business continuity plan, a plan that would help us continue serving our customers even if we could not be there physically. Right? Even if you have technology, think about it, you need people to run the technology. So business continuity plan is not basically about technology, it's about managing the people that help use the technology to help serve your clients and customers, which keeps your business in business, in quotes, which keeps you solvent. So that's just my case study. I don't know, I'd have loved to get input and comments from people, but we proceed with our slides. So back to our slides. Next slide. Okay, so I have here, business continuity planning is a management process which is jointly owned by the facility manager along with the senior management of the company. How did you that's listening to me now, how do you help your company during the pandemic and during the civil unrest that is during the NSAS period? What that we can do differently having received this training? Yes, you can do differently. What did I do differently that period? What did I do differently? Thinking back as a facility manager, what did I do that period? I took care of myself first off. I make sure that I had my PPEs. Then we needed to use face masks. We needed to have hand sanitizers. So the first thing I needed to do as a city manager was to make sure that I myself was properly taken care of. I was in good health. I had to also make sure that I followed the laid down principles by the business continuity plan. You understand? I also had to ensure that the people I work with, the people I work for are also safe before I can secure the clients or the customers coming to our branches. Then I also have to make sure that my physical assets are protected. My branches are not being, my generators are not being stolen, my branches are being vandalized. And in case of point is also the NSAS period. What did I do differently during the NSAS period when we were going about our branches and making those stuff? I make sure my branch assets were. Is anybody speaking? I can't hear you.
I hear you.
Alright, so that's good. I'm sure my bank assets were insured. Sorry, I can't hear you.
I can hear you. Please go ahead, sir.
Thank you. So during the NSAS period, how did I react as a facility manager when people were going to my branches all over the nation and stealing generators, breaking into ATM machines, and doing all of that? First thing I did as a facility manager was to make sure that I myself, I am safe. Where I am, I'm not putting arms where. I make sure that I am safe. Secondly, I make sure that the people that are supposed to be in that brand, because I am protecting, I'm a facility manager, I'm responsible for people, places, and processes. I have to make sure that the people working in those branches, our customers, our staff members are safe also. Then I also have to ensure that the right processes are in place for security. If a branch was damaged and I got this and that damage, I make sure that I follow the proper reporting process to make sure that yes, there is a loss, a physical loss, but we can raise an insurance claim by collecting the right documentation for our assets, which brings us to something very critical. Our assets insured. Do you feel like you don't need insurance for your assets? Something you need to consider as the facility manager in business continuity planning. So we move to the next slide. The next slide. Yes. So then, what is business continuity planning? Business continuity planning, according to ISO 22301, this international standard organization is ISO 22301 is the certifying standard for business continuity planning world over. So it defined BCP as the process of identifying and assessing potential threats to business and developing a plan to minimize the impact of these threats. The goal of BCP is to ensure that a business can continue to operate and provide essential services even in the face of a crisis. Very critical. Can you continue doing your business? Can you continue planning? Can your company continue doing your business even in the face of crisis? A key question for consideration. Next slide. So, what are these threats that we hope BCP will help us against? Firstly, natural disasters such as earthquakes, fire, and floods. Then war, terrorism, or civil disorder, for example, is the ENSAS period. Then sabotage, cyber attacks or fraud. Then theft of business critical information, material assets, epidemic or medical emergencies, just like the COVID-19 pandemic. Then events which can cause a severe impact, whatever event it is. All of these are events which can cause a severe impact to business. Then there's one more that is above there. Any event that can cause a loss of reputation is a threat, is a business crisis. So you have to plan also against any event that can result in loss of reputation. An example is just like Dr. Pioneer mentioned. Dr. Pioneer mentioned an unsafe condition. Imagine somebody died in your facility because there's an unsafe condition. That can result in loss of reputation to your company and to you as a facility manager. So your BCP also has to include plans for making sure that your facilities are safe for people to work, play, and learn. So next slide. This next slide, Plan Double Check Act, according to ISO 22301, does simply state what it takes to plan business continuity. First of all, plan, we do, we check, we act. We plan and we establish continuity program. That is how you want your business to continue in case of a crisis. Then you create oversight committee, which in this case is the crisis management team that, like I mentioned in our case study. Then you develop policy and procedures which will contain your BCP. Then we establish documentation systems. Then the next one, which is do business impact analysis and risk analysis. Yes, so this is the most critical part of BCP. This is the most critical part of business continuity planning, your business impact analysis and risk analysis. I taught risk assessment in the last cohorts, and we learned that there are steps to risk assessment. You can determine how and what risk your business is exposed to and how you can mitigate them. There are 4 ways of mitigating risks, which we discuss. You can avoid, you can transfer, you can eliminate, and the likes, and so on. Then you have to create a recovery plan. The recovery plan will state how you want your business to recover when the crisis ends. How will you be able to move smoothly back into operation when the pandemic is over? And you need to develop a communication plan. This will consist of who does what, who says what, when, and how they say it. Then the next one is check, which will include performing internal audits, scheduling management reviews, which needs to be regular. Management reviews should not be more than quarterly. projects that died out not due to operational issues. Operational in the sense of solvency issues like cash flow and the likes. Would a BCP have saved their businesses? And that's a question that we can consider if we are having a case study discussion. Next slide. On this next slide, I looked at the components of a business continuity plan. What should a typical business continuity plan look like? Alright, so during our case study, we look at a typical BCP for a tier 2 bank in the country, FCM to be precise. We look at what their business continuity plan looks like during the COVID-19 period. This document is publicly available and anyone can access it, or I've gone ahead and access it so we can have a look at it together again. So a business continuity plan should have a purpose and scope, should have clear statements. Rules and responsibility should have sorry about that. I'll do that. I'm out of time. Then communication, incident response, vehicle sites and transportation, recovery plan for activities, required resources, and restoring activities. Yes, so these are typical things you should include in your business continuity plan. So next slide is our case study, FCM building business continuity plan and pandemic response plan. Let's continue here. So this is supposed to be a case study with people looked at, or I have shared the document. This document is publicly available, but I'm going ahead and I've shared it with everyone of us, so we can look at it when we do have time. We're able to look at it together now. There's something that we can study very soon at the time. So thank you very much. Thank you very much for listening to me. Yes, I don't know if there are questions, comments, and I'd like to take them.
Yes, thank you so much. At the end of the presentation, so we have all those. Dr. Farid, this you have normally, where is it? Normally, when we are doing like this, I don't want I always want to be very relaxed with what is going. So I'm already testing here. Because these are practical training session, and you need to be able to relax and take in and comprehend all that are pouring this morning. So this particular movie is very fast. We are just being too straight to the point. Because sometimes for executives like that we have seated here online, when it has to plenty, they will be charging themselves. Am I not talking about my mind? Your conflict is already So please can you life cycle of assets. See that fine. So what we call life cycle of assets. When we talk about life cycle, the concept of life cycle expect that as facility managers in particular, that we don't just take decisions based on the acquisition value of a particular asset. You know, most times when we want to acquire assets, the first question that people will ask you,
or the first mandate that your organization give to you is how much is it going to cost us? Or sometimes they might tell you that this is our cost beyond this we cannot deal. The same thing, even if you want to acquire assets, most times you are talking to vendors, they will be asking you what is your budget. I'm sure it's a very popular question. You understand? I want to buy a house and I'm talking to a realtor, and the first thing to ask is what's my budget. And that's the same question. I'm telling you, within the 45 minutes, yes. If you are asking me what is my budget, this is not a question. Because my budget is not the determinant of what my decision will be. It's the issue of what me. You understand? I haven't seen my mind. They don't have the same thing, though. In fact, is this the PowerPoint? Not the PDF. I want to go to the PowerPoint. I will show you a particular building. I can give you my brief. Maybe my brief is that I need a 3-story building that I want to use for a liaison office. You understand? And you are asking what my budget. And I'm telling you, maybe my budget is 150 million. And at the end of the day, I think a university that does not have water, that does not have BBQ, because the first thing is what are the things that we have? Right? What are your requirements? Will this meet your requirements? Because I even say there are times I've gone to the market and I want to buy something. And at the end of when I see those things that I want, that is available, I might take my hand for something else. Because I'm not going to meet my need. And I might be coming out another set of hundreds of thousands. But I'm fine. Because I know that I just want to close out on this. You understand? So, within the FSA, what is important is life cycle. Somebody wants to buy a house, and because we have the life cycle consists of both the cost of acquisition, the cost of operations and maintenance, and even the cost of disposal. You know, I tell people there are some kind of assets that you have. It's when you want to dispose that you are doing that in trouble. You understand? Because at the point of disposal, whatever that you think that you have probably saved is just enough. There are instances I used to give this as an example. Say you have some kind of cars. When you are no longer interested in those cars, probably you not find anybody that wants to buy. And you have somebody maybe a young brother that wants to be the car. You say, hey, no God, please come and take this car. I don't need it anymore. And the guy is also saying, I'll have it tomorrow. You will really know that I was trying to think to his house because anytime you are seeing the car, you are not. So that's the concept of life cycle, right? What will it cost me to acquire is consideration number one. What will it cost me to operate and maintain is consideration number two. What will it cost me to dispose is consideration number three. So those three things are very, very essential, right? In the context of life cycle of assets. Most of us followed the last World Cup, FIFA World Cup, right? One of the go to this slide now. Where is the PowerPoint? Not compatible. You have issues with your PowerPoint. Just go. So it's very, very important that as assistant managers we consider a lot of things. Go back to that building. Yes, this is a building that somebody is asking what my budget, and I building because I building a building with modern IT facilities.
to ask. You know, sometimes I don't know whether you have experienced this kind of a thing. You are talking to somebody, especially with respect to real estate, and they are taking you. In fact, you are getting close to the property, and you are like, it can't be this place. It can't be this place. You understand? It can't be this place. And he's asking you to come closer. Come to here. So I told you to help that's on main road. We have dropped we have parked our vehicle, we have taken bike, we are still entering somewhere, and you're telling them about to here. Does that look like debris? You understand? So these are some of the issues. So it's very, very important that we understand the context. Please go to the next one. So for us to be able to actually deploy life cycle evaluation or appraisal, a lot of fundamental or primary knowledge are very, very essential. You need to understand the assets, right? You can't do aircraft acquisition if you don't understand how aircraft works. You understand? So oftentimes when you want to do life cycle evaluation or appraisal, you need to put up a team of experts, right, that knows about that particular, because asset varies. It could be vehicles. If it's vehicles, you talk to people, you bring up a team of people that are that are very, very knowledgeable. Then if it's buildings, you need to understand, you have to have knowledge of buildings and the elements of the buildings and the materials that makes up those elements. Please go to the next one, because you realize that at the end of the day, there are things that will require upgrades, that will require replacement. Like the last facilitator presented, when you are dealing with budgets, there are actually some items of upgrade. We once managed a facility that when it was time for us to remove the generator, it was almost impossible, because the generator was actually installed in the basement. So when they were doing the building, after the basement was done, before they did the slab, they brought in the generator. Can you imagine that? So they weren't actually thinking of the life cycle of that generator, that at some point in time, it will actually come to the end of life. They don't call end of life. Even for our equipment, these gadgets, you hear oftentimes Samsung will say this particular product has come to the end of life. They are not providing support anymore. You won't get parts, no updates, nothing. The same thing with computers. So it is like that for every asset. When will this asset, next slide, when will it come to its end of life? Because there is a concept of what we call obsolescence, right? Your asset can become economically obsolescent, physically obsolescent, functionally obsolescent, technologically obsolescent, socially obsolescent, or legally obsolescent. Now Lagos State is saying some buildings are not supposed to be in a particular place. There were no problems before, but the city is intentionally becoming a mega city. So some kind of buildings cannot be in a particular place anymore. So those buildings are obsolete. So it's either you go and carry your building and take it inside the bush. That is it. You know, there was a time we were doing renovation in my parents' place, and I was asking myself, you know, those buildings came with this Peter Oak windows. The windows are functional, everything. So, but my siblings, I'm number 3. The first 2 are like, doctor, when we started, and the cost started coming in, I started asking myself, who asked us to even do this one? That is what? That is social obsolescence. The windows are okay, but it's no longer in vogue. Socially, you understand? They are tired of coming together and see that, that. You know, you must eat before you open those windows. You understand? So, these are the realities of. How many of us remember when Omar Jeep came out? What are you using for now? You understand? You understand? 2022, we
here, throwing another to the next thing. So these are issues that we need to actually consider before asset acquisition, because at some point in time there will be need for upgrades. Next slide. I want to go somewhere. So every facility manager must have this for your assets. What does this mean? Every asset has what we call life expectancy. If you talk about building as an asset, for example, there are several components that makes up the building. Each of these components has their own life expectancy. You understand? A time will come when your room will no longer be functional. You need to, we have seen roofs being stripped. You understand? If you get to that end of life and those things are not replaced, you will no longer be able to benefit from the use of the asset, because the asset will be the one using you. You understand now? Because it has already come to what? To its end of life and is due for replacement. So if you are a facility manager and you are not aware of this life cycle, you will be fighting fire, you will be running scatter, you will be stressed out. Many of us, I take another example of old buildings. Most old buildings had galvanized conduit water pipes. You remember? You just realize that you are school and the next 3 or 5 hours, no water in the building. There is no alternative to it. You have to do another network of pipes. Do you understand now? So if you are not knowledgeable to know that galvanized pipes corrode over time due to boring, and that they are up to their end of life, they will not tell you, we don't have water, and will kill you. So it's very important that the next slide. So that is the rationale behind Stadium 974. Qatar hosted the 2022 World Cup, and one of the stadiums had a unique design. In fact, as we speak, that particular stadium has been disassembled, is on its way to Uruguay to go and reassemble there for the next World Cup. So that is the way it is to think. That is facility management in action. That place now is not recreational center. That is free, 100% for something else. Please, can we play the video? This is the stadium. Just call here. Click on that play. Go back to my slide. Not this one. So there is a report down there. Is this not powerful? So what are you doing? I told you to get powerful. So you will see that at the end of the day, they actually use Naira 74 metal containers that they assembled to build the stadium. And now, when the World Cup was over, they completely disassembled the thing. Next one, at least. So, thank you. The break, I don't know how that happens. You understand? That was when you very fresh. Yes, I'm taking you a gala tomorrow. I promise you that. Don't worry, parents.
I have some yes, can do that tomorrow.
I hope so. That one you bring calculator, you bring you know what? Sorry.
I think they can send some files to them.
Maybe I will share some material because I'm not sure.
The PowerPoint with the video, so I can send it to each one of them.
Hey, you have that PowerPoint. Just share the slide like that PowerPoint. And please, next time, make sure that your computer has modern PowerPoint to AI. We are talking AI here.
He's going to the university manage just computer. That's why he's not having
Module 6.
Yeah.
IT. Module 6. I will also do justice to the module 6. The way Faremi did his. Module 6 is about project management. So I believe we are all familiar with
I hope you enjoy yourself, Alice. Yes. Don't. Some words of communication. Well, we said you'll be undressed out. That money is too much.
We can't hear you, sir.
Huh?
We can't hear you, sir.
Okay, sorry. I said I was commending them for being patient this morning. When we told you to pay 100,000 per person, some of you do not know the content of what we're going to do. I've received commendations, but that commendation is not from you. It's from EBC. Material we gave is big enough to put your feet in the practice of facility management. Just about 3 weeks ago, I received a text message. One of the people we marketed the program, it is the same thing with the MSc facility management ID. If I tell you that we don't have the authority to award MSc facility management, but we're giving you the knowledge of MSc facility management. What we want to do is to become a professional practicing facility management. We are giving you the knowledge of forbidden. And that will rest like that. They promise me you will come very early tomorrow to take the last paper made for meeting. And we're going to start 9:30, not 10. And I will not do it for those who knows me. When I say 9:30, 9:30, I will not wait. After 9:30, now you only give it. When I was lecturing, my student will say, when I enter the class, the number that I entered while I was lecturing, my wife wrote them So we prepare on the question of the last paper from the Wilson will be taken by 9:30 a.m. tomorrow. Do we agree? Are we going to work towards that?
Yes.
Yes, you are wonderful participants. There will be no fight, going on. There are this type of arrangement with this. We are appreciating for your answer, and I hope you have value for your money. The idea is this is FFM1. I see some people say, well, I'm not FFM1, FFM2. You did the code. Now you have your over. They are qualified for industry as they did here. Because what I've done FFM1, FFM2, you cannot induct you as a facility manager. Now there is a website. Pick up your phone, go to Google, and type in www.alison.org/or-NAFS. It will take you to our LMS. It will take you to our LMS under Alison. That is where you will do your test. And now you know the platform now. Are you there now? You okay, you've already registered, you have Alison.org and start for NAFM. NAFM stands for Nigerian Academy of Facility Management. That is where you will do your online test for foreign certification. And if you score 80% and above in the test, they will award you a certificate, but you won't be able to download it until you send us the screenshot of the certificate they sent to you. When you send that to us, we will give you a downloading code. That downloading code is 15 euro. But you are not going to pay it. We even thought you will pay half of the money before when we met with this challenge. But fortunately, we saw some organizations who assisted us, like MD, Conceptual Engineering, sponsored us with 300,000 naira. Model who had left sponsored us with 200,000 naira to cover the cost of the payment to Alison. So we will not ask you to pay out of money, but you will need to do the test, show us screenshots of the certificate on the platform where we register you. That platform where everybody is entered, where we pass information to you. We will post it there that you have done your own role and you are part. This is my certificate. Then our executive secretary will send the downloading code. But they will tell you there that enter your downloading code to download the certificate, and you don't have what that happens. So if you look at that, you can see that we don't make money on you. We are just passing on project. We are not making money. If what we don't know is that the next FM may cost more than this. The FM may cost more than 100,000. But we will be sure that whatever we pay, we will get the value. We are not money mongers, we are not after money. We are after knowledge, dissemination, and impartition. So tomorrow morning, let's go home now and let's read your proceedings. All the paper or discussion we had now, they are your proceedings. Go back home and read. Read up before 4 a.m. and start up tomorrow. Most of us here did our PhD in Unilag. Sometimes your supervisor will come and check you in your office, whether you are sleeping or you are sleeping around 3 a.m. If you don't sleep in your office, you won't get paid for that. So you need to acquire this knowledge. You need to pay some price. When I did my PhD, my colleagues are here. I spent or I used 13 years of it. And you have that kind of business. 13 years or 3 years. But today, we thank God that really has brought a practice into fruition. It is helping to groom many others in the field of facility management. So please, don't waste your money. Go back to this now. If it is good that you normally drink in it, suspend it today. Suspend it. Just go home, tell your wife to make coffee for you. And sit down in your room or your room and read. It will be easier for you now because you sit in knowledge. You will be studying. So when you now read, you will be reading in your head. So come tomorrow, let us go. We will not do our meditation for 2 hours before we practice the software. If you have any question, write it or send it to the platform. Any question you have, send it to the platform. We will listen and attend to them. Again, the team are sent by me through Dr. Julius Parenti, Dr. Aliu Shoyinde, Beda Odubakowesi, and the HS.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Why do you have to go and sit there? HS is the honorary secretary, Beda Abatunde Oduba. On behalf of everybody, I want to wish you a very nice